35 taking Game 1. Tonight in the NBA, Game 2 of the Western Conference Finals between the Minnesota Timberwolves and OKC Thunder. That tips off at 8:30. The Thunder can now add the title MVP to their starting five as Shai Gilgeous-Alexander was named NBA MVP last night. And in the AHL playoffs last night, the Rochester Americans fell to Laval Rocket 4-1. Rochester's only goal scored by Lucas Rusek. Game 4 is a must-win for the Amerks to keep their Calder Cup hopes alive. Puck drop is at 7 o'clock in Laval on Friday. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile. I'm Josh Schmidt for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Liev Schreiber, does he still do Hard Knocks? Liev Schreiber, the voice?
I'm pretty sure, yeah.
He should do it live on location. He should come to St. John Fisher for
Wouldn't be surprised if he's there.
Hard Knocks.
Wouldn't be surprised.
Sal's in for Joe. It's Jeremy and Joe. Good morning, everybody. When's the last time you and I did a show together? It's been a while. You're busy. You've got a lot going on.
It has been a while.
It's been a while.
Can't really tell you the answer to that.
Yeah. Well, welcome in. It's
Thanks.
early. It's raining. It's early. We're here. You know,
we talk every day, though. We do a segment together. We play golf together.
I know.
Right? So we talk every day, and it's like, oh, we haven't actually been on the radio for 4 hours together.
I know. Well, Hard Knocks. You know, I was thinking about the trajectory of this, Sal. First, it was WGR goes on YouTube. Then GR goes viral with Jerry and Joe. Then the Holiday Touchdown. Then Hard Knocks. And there was one more. Oh, and you. And the holiday touchdown casting. The answer is Josh Allen effect. No. It's us. We're the stars.
I love it.
Maybe not. Hey, Hard Knocks, I'm excited. I think it is. I mean, for fans, it is tremendous news.
Yeah.
It makes this the best training camp ever. We're going to get more inside stuff, more player personality, even if teams are able to a degree, control what gets out there.
Yeah.
You still get more player access than you ever would get normally. You get to see these guys around each other, and I think Bills fans are going to eat it up.
Where do you want to start with this? Because there's a lot of layers to this, right?
Yeah.
With Hard Knocks, there's a lot of layers with how this happened, maybe what it's going to be like. What the Bills will kind of want, not want, what the NFL will want, not want, what the storylines will be.
Okay.
All that. Where do you want to start?
How about how it happened? Because I was listening to you explain on the afternoon show how they changed the rules, and
Yes.
that is ultimately how the Bills land here, because they would have been able to say no almost every year until now.
Yeah, so what happened was a couple of years ago, this past April, maybe owners' meetings, right around there, they changed the rules. In fact, it might have been right around even before that. The rules used to be that if you were in the playoffs any of the last 2 years, you could not be on. You were ineligible. If you had a first-year head coach, you're ineligible. I think that still might be the case, actually.
Okay. So the Bills would have been ineligible every time because they either had the first-year head coach or they had made the playoffs in the last 2 years.
They took away the playoff requirement, basically, and said, well, we don't really want teams with new head coaches. That's too disruptive to what they're trying to do with a new program. But guess what? You've been in the playoffs. All these same teams are making the playoffs, maybe the team that we might want on Hard Knocks. So, plus we have lots of teams that don't want to do it. That's part of this, Jeremy.
Yeah.
When I was at the owners' meetings, and even going back to the Combine, actually, I can remember a conversation at the Combine with someone in the NFL who said, yeah, they might be having a hard time finding a team this year because of what happened with the Giants last year.
Yeah.
Nobody wants to be put in that position. Well, now you narrow down the possibilities, and you have teams that don't want to be in it. Well, you have to change maybe the parameters of who can be in it, who can say no, really. It's really not who can be in it, it's who can't be in it. Who is eligible to say, I don't want to be in it, I'm not doing that. The Bills are no longer in that boat. And I'm going to tell you here, it is clear to me, and I think it's the tea leaves are right there, folks. The Bills have always said, it's not something we're interested in. Mm-hmm. We do embedded, that's good for us. We know how Sean McDermott and Brandon Beane run their program. I would also tell you, I think it's not a coincidence. The Bills have not officially announced this yet. It is not on their social media. It is not anywhere where you can say them going, hey, we're going to be on Hard Knocks. It's pretty clear here to me, and how I know and read the situation, that the league said, we want you on, and the Bills really couldn't do anything about it, so now they'll be on, but they'll work through it and how this will work best for both sides.
Yeah. Well, okay, they're on. So they might not want it. Sal, I have seen Hard Knocks in the chat and YouTube. Somebody pointed out, never seen a single episode. So maybe we should lay out what people should expect, because you maybe don't have HBO over the years. It's been on for a long time. What are we on, 10 years, 15?
I think I looked yesterday, 2001.
Okay.
2001.
24
with
years.
the Ravens was the first one, I think, from what I looked yesterday, but I'll make sure again.
It used to be that it was about fringe players getting cut, inside the meetings of guys getting cut, getting the pink slip, and they kind of got away from that a little bit, if I'm not mistaken. Like, I watched the first couple seasons. I remember a Bengals season that I'd seen, and occasionally, we get highlights in this, but has it moved away from that and been more about the personal stories of these guys trying to make it? They just have left the room when they're getting cut. Because I remember people started to feel like that seems like it's a really intimate moment, a really hard moment for you to just take me into this guy. Oh, sorry, buddy, you didn't make the team. You're gone. So that part of it might not be there. What is still there for Hard Knocks?
So I think every team is different. If you go back to Chicago last year, you had the Jets. The Jets the year before that, the Detroit Lions. We've had the Jets a couple of times now, once with Rex Ryan. Sometimes it's really just a lot about what's on the field. Sometimes they highlight a lot more of what's going on off the field. Players' lives, their relationships, maybe even. They'll go and follow their spouses and them, their kids, and what they do off the field. Dorm room life, if it's training camp. We've seen a lot of that. So a lot of that is kind of maybe negotiated or talked about on what you want to highlight. I think it's a good discussion today of what will the NFL want to highlight with the Buffalo Bills. Then when it comes time to what does the public actually see, I could tell you this. The team has much more control now than they did years ago. It used to be where team kind of doesn't really have much control. And then it's like, hey, we're kind of at a disadvantage, competitive disadvantage. There's a lot of things getting out that doesn't make us look good. If a guy says something like that. So they started to give a little bit more control. And I think also because of the advent of things like embedded, teams controlling their own message. Lots of teams are like, why do I want to do Hard Knocks? And Hard Knocks, I think HBO had to basically kind of say, okay, well, we'll let you have more editorial control then to be able to do this to make it work for both sides. So while the NFL still wants to get things out there, the NFL is still going to say, hey, NFL Films is going to say we really want this, that, or something else. Teams do have a say in what gets out. To what exact level do they have full editorial control? I'm not sure about that. Maybe that's something we could talk about when we talk to Brandon Beane, Sean McDermott, and find out this process a little bit more. I also think this, Jeremy, though. Think about what happened with the Giants. I bet you there were a lot of times where the Giants were like, yeah, okay, that was cool. That was cool. And then the public reception was just so bad on something they never thought would be that bad.
Yeah.
A meeting with Mara, right, and Joe Shane. That just, oh my God, I can't believe they said that. Where maybe they get from the cutting room floor and like, oh yeah, that's a good conversation. Good look into how we operate. All of a sudden it gets out there and it's like, oh my God, I can't believe he said that.
I always thought that a lot of the Giant stuff was overblown because what did we learn? We learned that they thought no one would pay Saquon Barkley what he got paid. And they were wrong about that, and it was a division rival, and then they won the Super Bowl. So I guess it got worse as it went along. If Barkley had gotten that contract to go somewhere else and not won the Super Bowl, does it still stick the same way? Maybe, maybe not. A team deciding to not pay a running back, for all the points about how that might have looked bad for the Giants, I mean, we can talk about James Cook, which will be a storyline at Bills training camp, right?
Might be.
And how many Bills fans are ready to say, like, I wouldn't pay that running back? It's just kind of normal for me to see a team say, I don't think we should pay that guy that amount of money. And then we also saw their draft board to a degree. We saw some color coding and some names, and there was speculation about whether or not you could get much out of there. I just felt like the Giants' Hard Knock sell was an honest look inside. And it's not lost on me that, NFL teams are going to say, oh, we don't want you to have that, right? We don't want you to see how we evaluate, and we don't want you to see our process. So, there'll be Sure, fights over editorial control and all that and what they show. The storylines, who will be interesting, and is Keon Coleman one of the first that came to mind for you? Because not only is Coleman a personality, but he's also a guy that has a lot to prove here in year 2. You know, they can play a lot of stuff coming in to tell backstories. I had somebody write to me right away and say, like, oh, yeah, you and Bean, that's going to be a backstory there. Like, maybe, maybe not. Bean on Coleman and McDermott on Coleman saying, you know, maybe a little disappointed, want to see what he can do in year 2. To me, that's an obvious backstory. Track Coleman, track what he looks like at camp, and he's a personality who's going to be funny that people are going to kind of like go right to right away. Like, to me, Keon Coleman's on the short list of guys that would probably get attention at Hard Knocks.
Agreed. Look, I would not doubt if HBO goes back and uses the clip from that Monday morning with you and Brandon Bean because they want to fill in the backstory of why we're talking about Keon Coleman, why we're focusing on this player.
Right.
And they'll use, the clip of him saying what he did at the end of last season about Keon Coleman. It's all going to come together, right? It's all part of the story to get to where they need to land for Hard Knocks. 100%. If you're talking about personalities, Keon Coleman is one of the first that come to mind. I think Deion Dawkins absolutely comes to mind.
Yep. Deion
Dawkins is going to be a star of Hard Knocks simply because Deion Dawkins is just kind of a star wherever he goes. That's his personality. He's a guy that has... He does not mind being in front of the camera. He's a guy that doesn't mind being in the limelight. Sometimes he even relishes it or seeks it out because that's just who he is. There's nothing wrong with that. And he's a really good player, by the way.
Yeah.
Right? So I don't think that's any surprise. Is there anything with Deion other than that, though, that gets people to be invested in a character? Because what happens in Hard Knocks is right, Jeremy. You said it earlier. Let's take it from a non-Bills perspective. If you're a fan of another team looking at the Buffalo Bills, you know Deion. You should. You know Josh Allen. There are guys, you might know Keon Coleman. There's going to be a guy or two they're going to pick and say, let's get people invested in this guy and his journey throughout Hard Knocks.
You know, you might be a good person to answer this. Who is a Bills budding personality that people don't know enough? I mean, the joke here to make is, will Matt Milano speak on camera?
What's the odds?
Who's that guy? Oh, that's Milano. He doesn't talk. Is Terrell Bernard somebody like this? Is Max Hairston, right? Like, who are the personalities that are kind of just waiting to bubble up and pop? The tight ends are a good story here, whether it's, you know, Knox and Kincaid, to focus in on them and their relationship and relationships with Josh. Like, the whole thing, it's going to be so great because, you know, training camp is fun. We're there most days. You're there every day. You get to see what you see. And, you know, they talk about it, but they're talking practice. And then once a week, it'll be, we all tune into HBO and watch and see some behind-the-scenes stuff. And whether that's, you know, a player, personality, a relationship, I just think it's so great. And so happy for Bills fans. One thing I'm kind of surprised about is, you know, the Bills are no doubt interesting to me. But if you're HBO or Max or HBO Max or whatever it's called right now, I think they went back to HBO Max. You are trying to give an NFL product and get subscriptions. And I guess I'm surprised that you'd go to Buffalo because just the sheer number of how many people might subscribe for 2 months to get this product, to see this, and then, hey, we've got them hooked because we offer this and this and this. Wouldn't you think you'd go to some massive market that simply has 10 times the people that might sign up? But then again, that's probably a testament to they know how, I don't know, rabid the Bills fan base is and how, we give them a little nugget, they're just going to be all over it. So
I'm just thinking out loud here because I don't know this. I have to do I don't know all of these different streaming platforms and who's affiliated. HBO Max and Disney and Marvel?
Maybe.
And Haley Steinfeld?
Okay. Are they?
If I think it might be. It says here Disney, including Marvel. The bundle includes Disney Plus content, including Marvel movies and shows, as well as Hulu and Max.
Okay. Well,
now, so you get where I'm going with this,
is that
right?
a part of it? Yeah.
If you're Max and you have Haley Steinfeld marrying Josh Allen, and this actress is going to be in these movies who are on some of your streaming platforms, that's a pretty good way to cross-promote and get people to subscribe.
Yeah, that's right.
Right?
And, I mean, you could probably just sell Josh Allen as an actual Marvel hero.
You could do that. Josh, it was announced he was having that production company that he's starting. Mm-hmm. He's also the league MVP. I mean, he is marrying a Hollywood star. To me, that is a story in itself this offseason. The maturity and growth of Josh Allen, where he came from to where he is. That story is a great story. You add on, put part of it with who he's marrying, and he just turned 29. What, yesterday? Was it yesterday? Was his birthday? I think it was.
Yep, yesterday.
Just turned 29. Josh Allen, in this phase of his career, he just signed the most guaranteed money deal ever in the history of the National Football League. It was a guaranteed money, total money, whatever. Largest deal ever. So I just think that's a big storyline to get people around the country, around the world who say, oh, yeah, I'm invested in looking at that guy and that story.
803-0550 if you want to join us. 1-888-552-550. Do you like it? And what players do you think we'll come to learn more about? Hard Knocks for the Bills. It was a big day in the NFL yesterday between the Bills news on Hard Knocks, the owners' meetings, the votes that did not go through. One got tabled again, or I should say withdrawn. The playoff proposal got withdrawn by the Lions. And then the Tush Push did not get banned. And I don't know if you did this too, Sal, I found the language about the Tush Push not getting banned to be funny. Because do you know how many things in the country would be viewed as overwhelming slam dunk wins if it got 68% of the vote? Yeah. A 75% threshold is tough. It was a loss for Goodell, but most of the league wants it gone. That's a big majority.
Yeah.
It is a very big majority. 2/3 is what the Senate needs to override a veto of the president. Like, that's not a small number. 2/3 is often a tough threshold to get to. They got to 2/3. They didn't get to 3/4. They are 2 owners away. So while one of the stories is, yes, the Tush Push survives, let's just say if I owned the rights to the Tush Push, I might be nervous that it went from 16-16 to 2 months later, 22-10. That thing is teetering on the edge of, okay, maybe next year it will be gone. Because 22-10, I just found it really funny. Eagles win 10-22. They almost got blown out, but it was just the threshold that wasn't met. And sometimes that can come down to language. Who knows? We have the list of teams that voted no, and there's some interesting names in there. But I found it interesting. The whole thing was framed as a rebuke of Goodell when I think he was darn close to getting it done.
Yeah, and obviously not getting the playoff seeding changed. He wanted that.
He did.
I mean, there are a couple things here that it looked like the commissioner wanted that didn't ultimately happen. The ban of the Tush Push and the playoff reseeding.
And I saw, who is it, Ari Melber, who wrote that with
Myrov?
Thank you, yes. He wrote that the conversation about the playoff seeding was, why don't we just change it once we get to 18 games? Because when we get to 18 games, they might change the structure of the schedule altogether.
So, we had Goodell the other day saying he sees 16 international games being played within 5 years, which to me means, okay, when the 18th game comes, and to me that's a fait accompli, it's coming at some point. They're going to have 18 games, and then they're going to say, okay, as part of this, one game is also going to be international. And the NFLPA will be pushing back, and then they're going to say, well, here's all this money you're going to share, though, and it will ultimately wind up happening. So I'm interested in what happened yesterday. When we got up yesterday morning and we read about the Tush Push and the vote, it all seemed on track to be gone. There were a lot of reporting that, okay, expected that this thing today is going to be put away. Like, there's going to be no longer, you're not going to be able to push the guy forward. We get later in the day, that's not the case. Come to find out, Jason Kelsey, who just retired a couple of years ago, former Eagles center, shows up at the meetings, gives a speech, talks to the owners about how safe the play actually is. Not how dangerous it is, how safe it is. Well, there was all this other talk about how dangerous it can be. Sean McDermott has said, we view this play as being a safety concern. Sean has also said, yes, he understands there's no, tons of data yet built up on it, but just based on what he sees, who he talks to, how his players feel, there's an injury concern here. I want to point this out for a second, okay? Dawkins, in the offseason, was asked about the Tush Push a couple of different times on different platforms, And he said it's terrible on offensive linemen's body. Like, so you have Jason Kelce going in there and saying, oh, no, it's fine. He's also an Eagles legend who I'm sure the Eagles would really like Jason Kelce to be an advocate for keeping this play.
Yep.
Okay? I'm not telling you that he's being dishonest. Maybe he feels like it wasn't as bad as everybody. But I also think that it's definitely possible that Jason Kelce is doing his organization a solid because it's very successful. I've heard Dawkins say this is terrible on players' bodies. You have guys, these offensive linemen, diving at your legs and knees and twisting people up. And it's not something that's healthy for the long-term health of the player. So I do think there's a safety concern. My position has always been the same. I just think that it's a rule that should be gone because it falls under aiding the runner, which always was a rule in the NFL and in football, and it still is in high school. You can't physically push someone forward. You can't physically pull someone forward. If you're doing it as part of a pile because everybody's moving, that's one thing. But if your hands or your shoulders, your back or whatever is just intentionally pushing forward, it should be illegal. I don't care about it as a tush push. I don't care about it as the Eagles. I don't care about who's successful, who's not. Nothing to do with it for me. I just don't think it's a play in football that should be allowed, and it wasn't for many, many decades.
Yeah, you and I are in the same boat here. I mean, mine's a little different. The safety concern is one thing. I feel like it doesn't have to be complicated. I don't like it. I think it's kind of lame. I don't think it means the Eagles are tougher than everybody. I'm not a fan of it. If everybody started doing it and got successful, I'd want it gone. If 3 teams did it, if 10 teams did it, if 32 teams did it. So, but I tend to be with you. Like, I always thought you couldn't aid the runner.
Right.
And I think that's probably a good rule. But I also don't feel like the game is ruined by it staying there.
Agreed.
It is what it is. 803-0550. All right, on Hard Knocks, on the playoffs, which, by the way, I have an 18-game playoff format or league schedule format that I wonder if they would pursue, which we could talk about.
I'd love that.
Do you think they would ditch inter-conference play?
No, I actually did ask Mike North about the 18th game, and I can tell you kind of what he indicated they would look at.
Because I wonder if they went to 18, if they wouldn't say, all right, division 3 times, and the rest of your games are the entire AFC, and keep them separated. I don't love that idea at all.
I don't think the league would do that.
I don't either. The math of it works pretty well.
Yes.
But I don't think they would do that. So they'd have to figure something out. Let's get a call in before the break here. Marty in West Seneca. Hey, Marty, good morning.
Hey, how's you guys doing this morning?
We're doing good.
I don't think that Hard Knocks is good. It's a disruption for the team and in like training camp and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I don't think you should do it.
Well, they have to.
That's my opinion. That's all that matters, you know.
Yeah, right. That's fine.
You could have your opinion.
Yeah.
But I don't think they should do it because what's the NFL becoming? Or it is? Hollywood?
Well, yeah, in a lot of ways it is. I mean, that's what...
Well, and
yes.
Let me ask you this question, too. Do you remember where the Bills practiced? Okay, they got it at St. John Fisher, right?
They still do, yes.
Well, years ago, you know where they had it
Fredonia, yes.
Nope, they had it at Houghton Park.
Yes, in the 60s, right?
69 on Clinton Street.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, you guys don't know that.
That's right. I did not know that.
No, I knew there were different. Is there a point to that or just trivia?
Just a point, just a little trivia for you guys to look up. You know.
Okay, yeah, I know, and they practice at University of Niagara too. One time, I knew that.
Oh yeah.
Up in that area, I think it was actually on their campus, but.
One thing about the idea that the distraction
Niagara University, I should say, by the way,
the distraction element of it. I understand how teams feel that way. We don't want the distraction, and you hear that a lot. I think through time I've come to learn that these teams have way more distractions than anyone ever realizes, and most of them never come to light. Right?
Sure.
Like, we don't find out 90% of the stuff that actually goes on because it's closed doors, and if there's a fight between coaches or players, or if there's drama between this and that, like, most of that never gets out, and there are actual distractions inside locker rooms that these teams are totally professional at keeping buttoned up. And, is Hard Knocks a distraction? Sure, you could make that case. I feel like these teams can handle it. Training camp is nonstop attention already from your own media and answering questions every single day. So I feel like what do they have to do? More interviews, more cameras. It might be more work for you Hey Sal, make sure you get out of the way. But like,
Sure.
these guys are allowed to shoot from here, and nobody else is. Like, I don't know. I feel
Hey, that happens on the sidelines sometimes.
Yeah.
I mean, when the NFL, especially when there's a bigger game, a primetime game or something like that, there's certain areas where we all are allowed to stand, not allowed to stand. And sometimes you have to be a little more cognizant on those bigger games where the NFL Films cameras are, the ESPN cameras are, and making sure that you're not kind of in their shot, even if you're just kind of normally where you would be, right? Yep. And they're trying to, they get a little more access to get a tiny bit closer. It's not, oh my God, they're right on the field. They can be in certain situations where you can't, but that happens. By the way, the Sheridan Camelot Motor Inn, he said, right?
Yeah.
That was in Blaisdell. Before that, maybe Marty knows or doesn't know, 1960 to 62, the Bills training camp, Roycroft Inn in Knox Estates. That happened.
long time ago.
By the way, both of these were, and that, yes, I was right, Niagara University, they were there for 12 years, Jeremy. 12 years. I didn't realize that. But I knew they were there. But going back to what Marty said in the year before that, that was in the AFL before the NFL days.
803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. Lots to get to, including Dion Dawkins getting it done at the NFL level, the Protector of the Year award. We'll get to that. A little more on Hard Knocks, all the things we expect about that, including a Bears guest at 9 o'clock to tell us about, well, the Bears, but also what the Hard Knocks experience is like. So we'll do that with Chris Emma coming up at 9 o'clock. Paul at 7 for an Amerks recap. They lost last night. And also the latest on Bo Byram, who the Sabres are reportedly shopping/listening to offers on. We'll talk to Paul about Bo Byram's potential future. Jeremy and Joe, Sal is in today. Happy Thursday. It's rainy out there. It's going to rain pretty much all day. And we're here to hang out with you on WGR. Hey, Hard Knocks, I'm excited. I think it is. I mean, for fans, it is tremendous news.
Yeah.
It makes this the best training camp ever. We're going to get more inside stuff, more player personality, even if teams are able to a degree, control what gets out there.
Yeah.
You still get more player access than you ever would get normally. You get to see these guys around each other, and I think Bills fans are going to eat it up.
Where do you want to start with this? Because there's a lot of layers to this, right?
Yeah.
With Hard Knocks, there's a lot of layers with how this happened, maybe what it's going to be like, what the Bills will kind of want, not want, what the NFL will want, not want, what the storylines will be.
Okay.
All that. Where do you want to start?
How about how it happened? Because I was listening to you explain on the afternoon show how they changed the rules, and
Yes.
that is ultimately how the Bills land here, because they would have been able to say no every year, almost every year until now.
Yeah, so what happened was a couple of years ago, this past April, maybe owners' meetings, right around there, they changed the rules. In fact, it might have been right around even before that. The rules used to be that if you were in the playoffs any of the last 2 years, you could not be on. You were ineligible. If you had a first-year head coach, you're ineligible. I think that still might be the case, actually.
Okay. So the Bills would have been ineligible every time because they either had the first-year head coach or they had made the playoffs in the last 2 years.
They took away the playoff requirement, basically, and said, well, we don't really want teams with new head coaches. That's too disruptive to what they're trying to do with a new program. But guess what? You've been in the playoffs. All these same teams are making the playoffs, maybe the team that we might want on Hard Knocks. So, plus we have lots of teams that don't want to do it. That's part of this, Jeremy.
Yeah.
When I was at the owners' meetings, and even going back to the Combine, actually, I can remember a conversation at the Combine with someone in the NFL who said, yeah, they might be having a hard time finding a team this year.
And then the Tush push did not get banned, and I found I don't know if you did this too, Sal. I found the language about the tush push not getting banned to be funny. Because do you know how many things in the country would be viewed as overwhelming slam dunk wins if it got 68% of the vote? Yeah. A 75% threshold is tough. It was a loss for Goodell, but most of the league wants it gone. That's a big majority.
Yeah,
it is a very big majority. 2/3 is what the Senate needs to override a veto of the president. Like, that's not a small number. 2/3 is often a tough threshold to get to. They got to 2/3. They didn't get to 3/4. They are 2 owners away. So while one of the stories is, yes, the tush push survives, let's just say if I owned the rights to the tush push, I might be nervous that it went from 16-16 to 2 months later, 22-10. The thing is teetering on the edge of, okay, maybe next year it will be gone, because 22-10, I just found it really funny. Eagles win 10-22. They almost got blown out, but it was just the threshold that wasn't met. And sometimes that can come down to language. Who knows? We have the list of teams that voted no, and there's some interesting names in there. But I found it interesting. The whole thing was framed as a rebuke of Goodell when I think he was darn close to getting it done.
Big news for the Bills yesterday. The team will be featured on Hard Knocks for the first time ever. This season's edition of Hard Knocks will premiere on August 5th. Sticking in the NFL, some sad news out of Indianapolis yesterday evening as the Colts announced that the passing of owner and CEO Jim Ersay at the age of 65. Ersay had been the owner of the Colts since 1997. Under his ownership, the team appeared in 2 Super Bowls, winning Super Bowl 41 back in 2006. After extensive discussion yesterday at NFL owners' meetings, the NFL owners voted to not ban the tush push. The ban failed to pass by just 2 votes, meaning that the play will remain in the game for at least the 2025 season. In the NHL playoffs last night, the Dallas Stars come back in the third period, scoring 3 goals in 6 minutes, taking a 6-3 win over the Oilers in Game 1. Game 2 tomorrow night at 8 o'clock in Dallas. Tonight in the NHL, Game 2 of the Eastern Conference Finals between the Panthers and Hurricanes. Puck drop at 8 o'clock. Panthers lead that series 1-0. Over in the NBA, an even bigger comeback last night for the Pacers. They were down 119-105 with just under 3 minutes to go, rattling off 20 points to tie the game at 125, forcing overtime. In overtime, the Pacers came out on top 138-135, taking down the New York Knicks in Game 1 of the Eastern Conference Finals. And tonight in the NBA, Game 2 of the Western Conference Finals between the Minnesota Timberwolves and OKC Thunder. Tip-off for that is at 8:30. Last night in the AHL playoffs, Rochester Americans fall to the Laval Rocket 4-1. Rochester's only goal is scored by Lucas Rusek. Game 4 is on Friday, a must-win for the Amerks to keep their Calder Cup hopes alive. Puck drop is at 7 o'clock in Laval. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Take it. The backpedal, a free for the win. And he got it! They got to make sure he got all the way behind the line. That's right. He certainly got it off in plenty of time. Oh, I think that's a 2. That is a 2. You're right. I think that's going to be a 2. That only ties the game. That ties the game. Here is a 3 for the tie. Short. Caught by Holt. Out to Towns. To tie. No. Rebound. Fought for. Loose. Bridges has got it. Clock is ticking. Out of bounds. It's Indiana's ball with .2 to go.
Kevin Harlan, Reggie Miller there as part of the call from MSG. The Pacers, back from the dead, beat the Knicks last night. If you went to bed, did you go to bed?
I did when it was 14.
Yeah.
With maybe, 5 minutes left, 3 minutes left?
I was watching.
Something like that?
They're pulling away. It was nuts. And then one of those ones where I checked the score in bed to see if the game had finished up, and I see overtime. Like, wow, all right. Anyway, stat of the day. We'll give you the stat of the day. It's on the Pacers. Stat of the day powered by Empire Electric, your residential neighborhood electrician. Visit empireelectricians.com. Teams that were down 14 or more in the final 250 of regulation.
Okay. 14 or more.
Yeah, in the last 27 years.
In a certain round?
Regulation.
Okay. Doesn't matter playoffs, I'm saying, just...
Playoffs, sorry. Regulation of the playoffs, down 14 or more.
Right, so just any playoff game, I'm saying, doesn't matter first round, second round, third round, finals. Okay,
Yep.
okay.
250, you're down 14.
Okay.
Then it happened 970 times in the last 27 years. Teams in that spot were 0 and 970.
Wow.
There's something about this era of stats and information that when your team has an epic collapse, you feel horrible enough, and then you were just nonstop beaten down with, oh, wow, you're the first team in 970 teams to do that. Incredible. The Pacers. The best part of that highlight for me, Sal, you're old enough to remember Reggie Miller doing that to the Knicks at the Garden. Iconic moments.
Yes.
Reggie Miller laughing when Halliburton hits that call is, to me, revealing. It's very much, man, he loves that happened. He loves that happened.
When I watched the highlights this morning, that's one of the first things I noticed rewatching it was listening to Reggie Miller laugh, and then I noticed the choke sign that Halliburton gave and said, oh my God. And did he look at Reggie? Did he look at Spike? He looked at someone.
Maybe.
Reggie looked at Spike when he did it.
I think earlier in the game I saw Halliburton hit a big shot and then point to Reggie. It's almost like Reggie Miller is, he can't say he's on the team, but he's kind of on the team.
Uh-huh.
How could you not be? Right?
Right. And It's the Patriots. It's the same series, the same teams.
Yep.
Where he made the iconic plays at Madison Square Garden when he hit those 3-pointers, stole the ball, got the ball back, hit the 3-pointers, did the choke sign, Spike Lee, all that. Like, it just fits. It's that story.
Yeah.
I played on Extra Point Show a couple days ago, Jared. I don't know if you heard it. It was fantastic. Josh and I played the open from the Game 7 of 1994 on NBC. And Bob Costas and the storytelling about it. Like, this is Knicks Pacers. This is something we saw quite a bit of, in the playoffs in the 90s. It was Knicks, Pacers, and Bulls, basically. And they were going to match up in some way, shape, or form every single year. And it was John Starks and Charles Oakley and Anthony Mason against Reggie Miller and Rick Smits. And this is it again. And we're back here.
Yeah.
And I think it all fits.
It's beautiful. It's totally, I love that Miller is there. There's some people that don't like it when someone on the call might be a little biased. I don't really care if I know that guy played for that team. There's no illusion here. If Reggie Miller did not care who won, I would think that's weird. And I also don't think this is some sort of trial where you need to recuse yourself from the actual coverage of the game. Like, go ahead, put a Pacers all-time great on this broadcast. Why not?
Did you see what Paul Bissonnette did on the pregame the other day?
Yes.
I mean, he was praying, and lighting candles with Leafs players on the candles.
Yep. I like it.
It becomes a cool part of their show and shtick and broadcast.
I think so too. It shows us that they still care, and they care a lot. And whether you grew up rooting for that team or you played for that team, that those ties, those bonds are so strong. And for Reggie Miller, like, I want I mean, I don't really care if the Pacers or the Knicks win the title. I'd be happy with either one of them winning the title. But if they did, I'd want it for Reggie Miller. The same way that if the Bills win a Super Bowl, we're going to see Josh hugging Jim Kelly.
Yeah.
You know, like it. Even the guys that don't play here, of course, like they're still on the team. Yeah. You never stop being on the team, to a degree. So I thought last night was awesome. It's just great, and the atmosphere there in the Garden. I don't know. Is it the only place where when they start showing the famous people that are there that I don't think who cares? Because I just want to see who's there. Everybody was there. John Hamm. Who else? Saw a number of
probably Ben Stiller.
Ben Stiller was there. Patrick Ewing was there. Larry David was there. It's a who's who. Tracy Morgan was there. You know your famous Knicks fans. 99.8% chance to win with 3:44 left in the fourth quarter.
Analytically, unbelievable. Really unbelievable. Halliburton shot. I did not see it till this morning. By the way, part of the reason I went to bed at the time I did, I was watching the Yankees, and Jason Dominguez hits a walk-off home run in the bottom of the ninth inning.
I saw you tweeting about that.
And he owes a bomb to the upper deck. Like, oh my God. So go to bed. I'm like, while I'm doing this, let me just check in on the score because I knew it was the Knicks were pulling away. And I thought to myself, if it's close, I'm going to watch the last few minutes. Put it up, 14 points. Nah, it's not close. I got to get up early to do the morning show. I'm going to bed. Turn it on today, watch the highlights. After I read the story, it said Tyrese Halliburton hit a shot to tie the game. Then I watched it and said, this is Kawhi Leonard-esque.
Yeah.
This is a Kawhi shot where you're waiting, and the difference is not sitting on the rim. It literally bounces up off the rim and then comes down. Then I didn't realize till I got here, Jeremy, that they changed that from because originally when I watched it, I thought they were down 3 maybe when it happened. They were down 2.
Yeah.
It was a 3-pointer. They thought they won, right?
Yeah.
And then they gave them a 2.
Yeah, and then they had to kind of gather themselves and go to overtime.
Which is tough.
Yeah, I imagine it was, yeah. They win. Jeremy and Joe Sells in for Joe today. We're talking about a couple different things. Got plenty going on with the Bills being announced for Hard Knocks. Sal points out the Bills have not yet confirmed that, which they ultimately will because the NFL has chosen them and HBO has chosen them to be on Hard Knocks. They're not the in-season Hard Knocks. If you had to choose, which would you choose? And if the Bills had to choose, which do you think they would choose? In-season or training camp?
Oh, I think training camp.
You would choose training camp.
I would choose training camp. It's over. It's done with. You did your thing.
You say goodbye.
Yeah, you say goodbye. I mean, the NFC East, the entire NFC East, is doing the in-season Hard Knocks. So it doesn't focus on one team for 18 straight weeks. I mean, maybe it does in some capacity, but it's really just kind of divided up.
Yeah, they did the North last year.
And that being said, I wouldn't want that if I was a team. Every single week at my facility, you have ups and downs. You have a lot of things that happen throughout the year. And yes, it's great to highlight those ups, but when those downs happen, you don't want people around and showing things that are happening and the emotions. Then it does kind of get in the way. Marty's right. It's a distraction. When Marty called earlier, no doubt, it's a distraction. Everybody will tell you. It's why the Bills don't want to do it. They've never wanted to do it. It's a distraction. But at least it's a training camp distraction where you're trying to get stuff done and practice, and then it's over by the time you get to the regular season, and you don't have to worry about it anymore, think about it anymore.
Yeah, and you've got a veteran coaching staff, and there are rookies coming in and some new faces like Joey Bosa. There's another name that could be a fixture on Hard Knocks, right? Bosa, his first season in Buffalo, hoping to stay healthy. They might check in on him, and that might be for Bills fans. If they were to check in on a number of players, I'd want to know the rookies, Bosa, Josh Palmer, the new guys. Show me as much as you can of the new guys, and Bosa would be at the top of the list on guys I want to track.
Yeah, I agree. I think that's a guy, too.
How he's doing, how he's feeling, what it's like being on a new team for the first time in his career. Yeah. Jumping to a different team after playing his entire career to this point with the Chargers. Michael Hoyt. Those guys
Michael Hoyt has a really big personality.
Yeah.
And that'll be cool to highlight him, too.
And they'll be at camp before sitting out those 6-game suspensions. So
that's right.
It'll be a chance to kind of see them. 803-0550.
Let's check in on the bullpen where Pablo asks, Sal, how upset are Bean and McDermott about having to do this? They have to be fuming. I mean, I don't know if they're fuming. I don't think they want to do it, though. They have always maintained the stance of this is not something we'd be interested in. Now they're here.
Yeah.
So I don't think it's about fuming. It's about, okay, this is not something we want to do. So we have to figure out the best way to do it so it does not get us to a point of distraction. Competitive edge to our opponents. That's something I've always thought about. People talk about distractions. I think Hard Knocks can be a competitive edge and disadvantage. We've watched Hard Knocks where that year a team played against the team on Hard Knocks and said, we picked up audibles watching Hard Knocks.
Yeah.
Like, those are things that you have to be careful of.
Yeah, I wouldn't say they want it, probably not. I would say, however, and maybe this is the first year the Bills don't really need this, have the GM and the coach ever been more media present? They're doing interviews all the time. Like, the Bills have kind of softened up their tough exterior, I think. That's McDermott to a point, and Bean being out there, whether it's McAfee or Pardon My Take, or, I mean, you see the Bills GM and the Bills coach out in the media all the time. So it's not like they need more exposure here. But to me, there's a part of me that wants to say they're better than ever in their media savviness, and maybe that helps them handle this a little bit better. So we'll see. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. Paul coming up top of the hour. We'll recap the Amerks and what's going on with the Amerks. They lost last night in Game 3. So Amerks update at 7 o'clock with Paul, and the latest on Bo Byram as well. It's Jeremy and Joe. Sal is in for Joe today, and we're taking your calls at 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550 on WGR. One thing I'm kind of surprised about is, the Bills are no doubt interesting to me. But if you're HBO or Max or HBO Max or whatever it's called right now, I think they went back to HBO Max. You are trying to give an NFL product and get subscriptions. And I guess I'm surprised that you'd go to Buffalo, because just the sheer number of how many people might subscribe for 2 months to get this product, to see this, and then, hey, we've got them hooked because we offer this and this and this. Wouldn't you think you'd go to some massive market that simply has 10 times the people that might sign up? But then again, that's probably a testament to they know how, I don't know, rabid the Bills fan base is, and how, we give them a little nugget, they're just going to be all over it. So
I'm just thinking out loud here, because I don't know this. I have to do some. I don't know all of these different streaming platforms and who's affiliated. HBO Max and Disney and Marvel,
maybe,
and Haley Steinfeld.
Okay, are they?
If I think it might be. It says here Disney, including Marvel. The bundle includes Disney Plus content, including Marvel movies and shows, as well as Hulu and Max.
Okay. Well,
now, so you get where I'm going with this,
is that
right?
a part of it? Yeah.
If you're Max and you have Haley Steinfeld marrying Josh Allen, and this actress is going to be in these movies who are on some of your streaming platforms, that's a pretty good way to cross-promote and get people to subscribe.
Yeah, that's right.
Right?
And, I mean, you could probably just sell Josh Allen as an actual Marvel hero.
You could do that. Josh, it was announced he was having that production company that he's starting. Mm-hmm. He's also the league MVP. I mean, he is marrying a Hollywood star. To me, that is a story in itself this offseason. The maturity and growth of Josh Allen, where he came from to where he is. That story is a great story. You add on, put part of it with who he's marrying, and he just turned 29. What, yesterday? Was it yesterday? Was his birthday? I think it was. Yep.
Okay, so can I find 24 teams that should vote to change the playoff seeding? And here's how I would lay this out. The NFL is not equal across all 32 teams. Bills fans, we knew this during the drought, and we now live on the other end of it. Mm-hmm. During the drought, the Bills were in a division with Tom Brady, and he ate their lunch every day. Or ate them for lunch, or with both.
Both. Ate them and also
the
ate
Bills
their
were
lunch.
Obviously not a competitive team to a level to talk about a Super Bowl, but they were also probably artificially low based on losing to him 36 times. How many times did the Arizona Cardinals have to play Tom Brady? I think it was twice.
Yeah,
and the Bills had twice a year.
Yep.
If the Bills were in another division during the drought, chances are they probably make a playoff appearance once. I would stand by that.
I would too.
The same way that you might say if the Bills were in the NFC, they might have a Super Bowl appearance by now because there's not Andy Reid and Kansas City standing in their way to knock them out 4 times. Instead, it would be, can you get by the Niners, a team that you've dismantled in the regular season twice now? Can you get by the Rams, another team that you have shown some success against?
Yeah.
You know, the format, whatever. You don't have to change every format. Who should vote for a change in the playoff seeding? Let me give you 3 teams. New England, Miami, and the Jets. Because the reality is, hey, it would be nice to have a home playoff game.
Las Vegas, LA, Denver.
Yes.
All of them should want
We're
it.
up to 6.
Yep.
Because how are they going to host a playoff game? You can either beat Josh Allen out in a season, something that has not happened since he's basically become who he is. You could beat out Patrick Mahomes. Or, then again, if you're like, the Falcons, you can beat out the Bucks and Baker Mayfield, who's pretty good.
Pretty good.
Not the same. The parity of the NFL is supposed to bring worst to first. It's supposed to, the turnover is there. They like it. They want it to feel like the Titans aren't that far away. Last night in the NHL, Dallas with a rally to against Edmonton. They were down 3, or no, down 3-1 rather, and they win. There are a couple highlights of McDavid. If it's possible for him to hit another gear, I didn't even know he had it. It's like this amp goes to 11. McDavid went faster. Somebody get the player tracking. He went 60 miles an hour on the ice last night on one shift that he did not score on. Remember the highlight in the Vegas series where he dusted Eichel?
Yes.
He dusted a dude way worse than that. He just didn't score. It was unbelievable.
Did it result in a breakaway or a 2-on-1?
He just got a shot off. He went 60 miles an hour and stick handled right through him and just missed the net. And
he really is amazing.
It was unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable.
They couldn't stay out of the box last night and it killed them.
Yeah.
Dallas's power play is unbelievable. It's unbelievable.
6-3. The Stars win Game 1 in that series. Stuart Skinner, not too great. Not too great. We'll get to Owen. Oh, and we haven't talked as a goalie in a while. We gotta do that soon. Sal, you know what the as a goalie segment?
I listened one day and I thought it was pretty cool. So yeah. My endorsement over there. Owen. Great job.
Anytime you have a thought like, is it okay for me to be mad about this goal? We just ask Owen.
I'm here in service of all hockey fans.
And he's like, that's a terrible goal. And then I feel emboldened to say like, that was a terrible goal. My friend who's a goalie said it was.
The second goal by the Stars. I mean, Skinner couldn't see anything.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. But there's
and we watched it and Max says to me, I feel really bad for goalies when that happens. That's what he said. And I said, I hear you, buddy, but it's part of the game, right? That's the job to get in front and do that.
Yeah.
Let me ask you that, Owen, as a goalie. How often is there I didn't see that, but it's my fault I didn't?
That's more regular than you think it is.
Okay.
A lot of people that don't know the position will see a goal like that, and they're like, oh, it's not the goalie's fault. He couldn't see it.
Yeah.
A lot of the time, there's a way for the goalie to have found a lane to see the puck that they just don't quite battle hard enough. Hellebuck struggled a lot with that in the playoffs this year.
Yeah. All right, 803-0550. Paul on the other side, the story from Rochester is that Devin Levi has not had a great series here against Laval. The Rocket have put up a bunch of goals in this series. Rochester's down 2-1 facing elimination. We'll check in with Paul on that and on the reports, the Bo Byram conversation. Are the Sabres ready to send him off somewhere and see what they can get? Maybe a hockey trade as Kevin Adams looks to maybe make over his roster in a way. Byram, a RFA, could fetch some decent value out there. And there seems to be a consistent message about Byram, why he wants to potentially go somewhere else. And I don't think he could be too mad about it. So we'll dig into that with Paul coming up on the other side. And then the Tush Push did not get banned. And I don't know if you did this too, Sal. I found the language about the Tush Push not getting banned to be funny. Because do you know how many things in the country would be viewed as overwhelming slam dunk wins if it got 68% of the vote? Yeah. A 75% threshold is tough. It was a loss for Goodell, but most of the league wants it gone. That's a big majority. Yeah, it is a very big majority. 2/3 is what the Senate needs to override a veto of the president. Like, that's not a small number. 2/3 is often a tough threshold to get to. They got to 2/3. They didn't get to 3/4. They are 2 owners away. So while one of the stories is, yes, the Tush Push survives, let's just say if I owned the rights to the Tush Push, I might be nervous that it went from 16-16 to 2 months later, 22-10. That thing is teetering on the edge of, okay, maybe next year it will be gone. Because 22-10, I just found it really funny. Eagles win 10-22. They almost got blown out, but it was just the threshold that wasn't met. And sometimes that can come down to language. Who knows? We have the list of teams that voted no, and there's some interesting names in there. But I found it interesting. The whole thing was framed as a rebuke of Goodell when I think he was darn close to getting it done. Career power play points is kind of incredible. Career power play points for Byram. I'll tell you why I'm bringing this up in 1 minute. Owen, what do you think? His skill set, he's played 5 parts of 246 games.
I feel like I'm going to cheat here because I think I know where you're going with this.
Okay, fine. But how many points should a guy with his skill set have?
He should have a lot.
With 246 games played, how many power play points should he have?
He should have 75 power play points.
Fine. He has 10.
Yeah.
He doesn't play the power play for the Sabres.
No, he doesn't.
Right, and played behind Cale Makar.
And he never will play the power play here.
I got an idea. Why don't you play him this year and play him on the power play, boost his value quite a bit, and then get more for him? Is that possible?
I thought they should have done that at the end of this season.
Right. Yeah. That would have been a good idea. Once it's already, the ship has sailed, if you don't think you're going to sign him, play him with Dahlin, play him on the power play, make him shine up that idea as much as you can, and then start taking offers.
100%.
Basically could only play him with Dahlin.
Well, that's
he wasn't good when he wasn't with Dahlin.
Right.
And they still tried to get away with it at the end of the year.
Yep. So anyway, last year, Byram, 38 points at even strength. He puts up points at even strength. But, man, 2 power play points this year, 10 for his career is kind of incredible.
He's a guy that a lot of teams could use in terms of production from the back end, but it's just redundant here, I think.
Yeah. We will always have his first game, though.
Oh, so
good. Hold on, I've already forgotten his first game. What did he do?
Oh. He was basically lapping the team on the ice.
That's right. Was it in Nashville, maybe?
Yes. Yep. Okay. And he scores, and he's telling people where to go, and you're like, whoa. And it was his full Steve Bernier moment.
And then they got,
kind of fine.
And then he got, infected by the Sabres.
By the disease.
Well, I'd be fully on board with him trading him for whatever. Not like a bag of pucks. They're going to want to make another hockey trade. But if his name's out there, again, you can make trades that aren't hockey trades, and you make a trade for picks and prospects, and then you can just trade picks and prospects for other hockey players. Hockey has this weird thing where only player-for-player trades seem to be referred to as
hockey
real hockey trade.
Yeah.
All right, I'd be on board.
I think they should.
Part of the changes.
Yeah, he should fetch you something. You should be able to get something for him.
You throw him and Quinn together. Could you get something?
Yeah, that should net you a nice player.
Well, Byram's name was mentioned a lot in the Pettersson conversation.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Good morning. Some big news for the Bills yesterday. The team will be featured on Hard Knocks for the first time ever. HBO's program will premiere on August 5th this year, so the Bills will be focused on during their training camp. Sticking in the NFL, sad news out of Indianapolis yesterday evening as the Colts announced the passing of owner and CEO Jim Ersay at age 65. Ersay's been the owner of the Colts since 1997. Under his ownership, the team appeared in 2 Super Bowls, winning Super Bowl 41 in 2006. After extensive discussion yesterday at NFL owners' meetings, the owners did not ban the Tush push. The ban failed to pass by just 2 votes, meaning the play will remain in the game for at least the 2025 season. Over in the NHL playoffs, the Dallas Stars were down 3-1 going into the third period and pulled off a huge comeback, scoring 3 power play goals in the first 6 minutes of the third to take the lead over the Edmonton Oilers 4-3. At that point, they didn't look back. They added 2 more goals, winning the game 6-3, taking a 1-0 series lead. Game 2 will be tomorrow at 8 o'clock in Dallas. Tonight in the NHL, Game 2 of the Eastern Conference Finals between the Florida Panthers and Carolina Hurricanes. Panthers lead that series 1-0. Puck drop will be at 8 o'clock in Carolina. Over in the NBA, an even bigger comeback happened last night. The Pacers were down 119-105 with just 3 minutes remaining. They rattle off 20 points in the remaining time to tie the game 125-125, forcing overtime. Overtime was back and forth, but the Pacers came out on top, beating the Knicks 138-135, taking a 1-0 series lead in the Eastern Conference Finals. Tonight in the NBA, Game 2 of the Western Conference Finals between the Timberwolves and Thunder tips off at 8:30. The Thunder can now add the title MVP to their starting 5 as Shai Gilgeous-Alexander was named NBA MVP last night. And in the AHL playoffs, the Rochester Americans fall to the Laval Rocket 4-1. Rochester's only goal scored by Lucas Rusek. Game 4 is a must-win for the Amerks to keep their Calder Cup hopes alive. Puck drop is at 7 o'clock in Laval on Friday. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Josh Schmidt for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Byram needs a contract. He's got 2 more years till he's a non-restricted free agent, so Buffalo doesn't have to do anything here with 2 more years of team control. And whenever a team trades for a player like Buffalo did a couple of years ago, you know they see value in him and they like him. So you always have to keep that as part of your overall thinking. But there is no doubt that his name is out there. As there's just been an agent change, so that always leads to conversation about what does this mean. But there's no doubt his name is out there. There is no doubt they are gauging market value on him, and we'll see where this takes us. But there is definitely noise around the Byram name and the Buffalo Sabres.
Elliot Friedman on Bo Byram and noise around the Sabres defenseman's name. Meanwhile, as we bring in Paul Hamilton here, Paul, I don't know if you knew this or not. It's not exactly the kind of thing people know. Happy birthday, the Sabres. Today is the day the franchise was launched.
Founded, yes.
May 22nd I looked it up because I thought, May 22nd. That sounds like a famous Sabres playoff game in history. I know the Fog game was yesterday, and I'm like, all right, May 22nd, Sabres history. Turns out it's the Sabres' birthday. Happy birthday, Sabres.
Now, that's also, Howard Simon's 50th birthday?
Yeah, I believe so. 60th, Paul.
60th?
Yeah.
That day?
Yeah, long time ago. He was considering retirement when they launched, and he just stuck through it for a while. Happy birthday, Sabres. All right, Paul Hamilton on the Western Hotline. We'll chat some Sabres here, the Bo Byram stuff there, and an update on Rochester. They lost last night. Paul, the thing about, I know sometimes rumors and insiders and all this, the one thing about Byram and these sort of conversations, it seems to be a pretty consistent message throughout. And I've seen some reporting again that it's about the role that he wants, and he views himself as a kind of a top guy. And here, there's a tough road to be a top guy. So to me, it kind of all lines up. Do they want to pay him? Does he want a different kind of circumstance? Do you buy all this, that they would be shopping him, that they would be considering a move to move things around on the hockey team with Byram being the target to go out?
Well, Kevin Adams also, if a player says he doesn't want to be here, he's not going to be here. And, one thing Elliot said, which is true, I mean, they were talking, well,
he cleaned out his house. Well, you can clean out your house all you want. You're stuck here for 2 more years if that's what the Sabres want. Now, Adams has been very consistent with this, that he does not want anybody here who does not want to be here. So that, and if he went in there and told him that he doesn't want to be here, and that would be the reason, that he wants a bigger role, a role he knows he's not going to get when Dahlin is here, and you can add Power to that list also. I mean, most nights he was better than Power. But more towards the end of the year, he wasn't. So he had an up and down year, and basically when he was with Rasmus Dahlin, he played very, very well. When he wasn't, it was average at best. And now you can re-sign him and pair him with Rasmus Dahlin, and it works very, very well for you. But you're kind of pigeonholed then. I mean, it's like, well, what happens when you don't want him with Rasmus Dahlin, or you want somebody else with him, or you don't want Rasmus Dahlin playing the right side, or you don't want him playing the right side. It works well when they're together. One of them plays the right side, usually Dahlin, and they don't have a problem with it. They play very well. So if you went out and got player A to play with Owen Power, all right, that's fine. Then Byram can play with Dahlin. But also, do you want to sign a guy for anywhere from $6 to $8 million per season and have him pigeonholed that, well, he's got to play with Dahlin or he's not any good? Or thinking, well, he'll improve, type of a thing with other players. So, if he went in there and told them that he does not want to be a Buffalo Sabre, then they will try to accommodate him.
Paul, what kind of value could Byram get? Is he about the same as he was when the Sabres traded Middlestat? I mean, I feel like it's not that long. Could I say, all right, the Sabres traded a Middlestat for Byram. Could they get a Middlestat caliber player? However you think that might be, that's a guy that needs a change of scenery. We know he had his time here. They went to Colorado. He was traded again. But to me, that's a guy on your roster that if you trade for him, he's in your lineup. The idea would be you could trade Byram possibly for a player that would immediately be in your lineup.
Definitely. I don't think he's any worse than he was when they traded for him. And he played some good hockey here at times, and that's what he did in Colorado. I remember when Colorado won the Cup. That's when I found, who's this guy? Look at him. I thought he was one of their better, other than Makar. I thought he was one of their better guys. I thought he played very, very well through that playoff run for them. And I've seen him play very, very well for the Sabres at times too, as usually with Dahlin. But so he was inconsistent here. He was inconsistent there. That's why they were looking to trade him, because of the inconsistency, and they felt they needed another centerman and they thought they had gotten it in Casey Middlestat. And when he first got to Colorado, it looked like he was going to rip it up for them, and then all of a sudden he didn't. I mean, both players, if you look at it, I think played the way they did with their old teams, very inconsistently. And Colorado with Middlestat, I don't even think they gave him a year. He was gone before I think a year was up, or it just was a year. Well, no, this isn't working out. So, that's the thing is, they don't have to trade him now if there's not a good deal on the table. They've got 2 years to do it. I mean, now if he doesn't want to be here anymore, he's not going to sign a 6-year or 8-year deal or anything like that. He's going to do what Sam Reinhart said, right? Sam Reinhart says, I've got 1 more year here. If you want me to play 1 more year here, I'll play 1 more year, and then I'm gone. And the Sabres wound up trading him before that year started, so they only had a year to do it with him, where with Byram, they've got 2 years. So, they could keep him here for another year, or maybe they might want to see how it goes for another year.
One thing we talked about yesterday, Paul, with Byram was he never, ever really plays power play. And I don't know if you feel like he's someone that could do that.
Yes.
Because, maybe that's what he wants. Does he want? Is that part of the bigger role?
It's kind of
part of it.
Right.
That is part of it.
It's kind of amazing how many power play points he has in his career. It's 10. 10 points in 270 games. So you'd think the skill set is there. What I'm getting at, Paul, is, I mean, I'm not sure the Sabres are of a mind to just do something just for trade value, but if they gave him an opportunity, if they knew they were going to trade him, and like you said, they've got 2 years to do this, they could say, you know what, let's give him some power play time, see if we can boost his point totals, and if he gets his point totals up, maybe we get more in a trade.
And the thing is, Owen Power was no great shakes on the power play anyway, so I wondered a lot. We actually, I remember chatting about this with you guys. It's like, well, why not give him a chance out there? It's not like, I understand that maybe you feel that Power, being the number 1 overall pick, should be a good power play guy, but he really hasn't been so far. And, why not give him a chance? The only time he would get a chance is when Dahlin or Power were out of the lineup, and then he'd get an opportunity. Well, same thing in I'm not surprised at all about his power play points, because what happened in Colorado? There's a guy named Makar over there, and he's not gonna be running the power play there either. He wants to be someplace where he can, and I think he's very capable of doing it. And I just never understood, when things were going so poorly, why not give him the opportunity? Why do we have to sit there and pound your head against the wall, and it's got to be Owen Power? It's got to be Owen Power. It's got to be Owen Power. Why?
Yeah. But Paul, let's take it from the Sabres side of things. How much of an appetite would there be from them without him saying, hey, I want to be moved, to say, you know what, maybe we need to remake this and we have to pay him at some point here. He is an RFA this year. Or how does it go with him with restricted free agency? He is arbitration eligible.
I would still, again, you're looking at a deal, I think, it's going to be around between $6 and $8 million. Whether he signs a 1-year deal, a 2-year deal, an 8-year deal, which obviously that's not happening. So I think that's what you're looking at right now. So they could, now he could just sign his qualifying offer if he wanted to. And now you can give him a 2-year qualifying offer. It's a 1 or 2 year type of a situation. But that's the thing. The Sabres, again, they would like to get this over. If he has gone in there and said, I don't want to be here, they would like to get it over with. But they're not going to get it over with just to do it, And it's not like, he was moping around or anything like that. You go in the locker room and he's kidding around with the guys, and he fits right in with them, and we'd usually have a smile on his face, after practice, and it wasn't one of those things. Geez, I got to get out of here type of a thing. And Dylan Cousins being traded away doesn't help either. They were best friends, have been since like 7 years old. Now he's also been best friends with Krebs for many, many years. So he likes the guys around here. I think it's not that he hates the city or he hates his teammates. I think he hates his role. And he just wants to be somewhere where he is going to have a more expanded role.
Paul Hamilton on the Western Hotline chatting with us about the Sabres and Amherst in a moment. Paul, the senior advisor, Kevin Adams' role, any tumbleweeds rolling by about that? You still think that's something that they will look to do?
Yeah, especially if, they want to be sure, and who knows, how many people they're talking to for that role. So, yeah, it's are they waiting for Rochester to be done in Karmanos? Is this a guy that basically would replace him? Are they looking to move him out, but they're waiting for the Amherst to be done, and that maybe they have a guy in mind. If that's what they're doing, maybe they have a guy in mind, and they're not going to announce it until, the Amherst are out, and then one would be out and one would be in, that type of a situation. So I don't think it's a big cause for alarm that it hasn't been announced or they don't have a guy yet. They tend to be very, let's be sure, let's do our due diligence and those types of things. I mean, we haven't heard anything about the coaching staff either. Does that mean they're not doing anything with the coaching staff? Does that mean they haven't found who they're looking for? Does that mean they're waiting for Michael Pekka to make a decision? At least no decision has been announced.
What do you mean by that? Is
there?
What do you mean by that? Make a decision. What decision is there to make?
Or let the New York Rangers make a decision.
Oh, okay.
Somebody make a decision.
I just want to
there.
make sure we're clear. Like, is there something on the table that we're unaware of here for him?
No, not a decision here. But,
okay.
What are the Rangers doing with him?
Right.
He did not get fired. So, are they keeping him? Are they not? What's the situation there? If they aren't, would he be interested in coming back here under another head coach? So, a guy he's played for, and he likes doing that. I mean, that's one of the reasons he went to New York, because he got to coach with a guy that he played for.
Paul, I bring it up a lot. I talk about like Ryan Miller and Thomas Vanek, who are in the Sharks front office, and Pekka. It's something that is done in the NHL where your alumni kind of become your board of directors or your front office. And I do feel like if Pekka were brought back, that would be a move that the Sabres would get a lot of credit for, locally at least. And again, like he's working for the Rangers, so accomplished enough. I'd be all about that move and bringing another set of eyes, a guy that cares. I mean, I think honestly, Paul, Sabres fans would be encouraged by the idea that people that have been part of the organization in the past are still here and still want it to be great and want to work at it. So, I mean, I'd be on board with the Peck idea.
Yeah, I would also. And if it doesn't work out for Lindy Ruff, that maybe he'd be a guy that he's not going to take a head coaching job till he feels he's ready. And I've always gotten the impression he hasn't felt he was ready yet. I don't know if he's gotten any offers, but I just felt he's always been that way. And a guy like Ryan Miller. Ryan Miller eventually, he said it on our air. He said it in an interview I've done with him that he eventually would like to build a hockey team, being a general manager. But
I'm ready to give him the keys, Paul. I keep saying it. I feel like there'd be another one if they hired him in the same kind of role. Again, you see this in the NHL where he's the GM in waiting. The Blues did this with Alex Steen. Maybe the Briere was this in Philadelphia too, brought on before, and then I would sign up for it.
The thing is with Ryan Miller and what he said to me when we talked about it is he's got to be ready to leave California, and he's not yet.
Yeah,
because he's not going to be sitting in California, even if he took on a Eric Stahl type role. He's going to be there. He's going to put everything he has into it and be there. So he has to be of the mindset that he's ready to move also, which he wasn't ready to do when we had the conversation, which is why he would be doing something with the Sharks, and the opportunity came with Mike Greer, and that's why he would be doing that. Now, Thomas Vanek is a different story, being a Minnesota guy, what does he want to do? Does he want to still coach his kids? Which I think he's still doing, if I'm not mistaken. He's talked about it when he's on with Peters and Reve, coaching his kids and having a great time doing that. That's the same thing with Ryan Miller. He's enjoying being with his kids, and but when the time comes that he's going to be all in, he wants to be all in. And that just at that time when I had a chance to chat with him, he just wasn't there yet.
Paul Hamilton, his appearance brought to you by Raylax Honda. Raylax, we got this. All right, Paul, on to the Amerks, who lost to Laval last night. And from what I see in the numbers, and you can speak to this a little bit more, Levi's just not had a great series.
No, he hasn't. He did so well against Syracuse, and you look at it. Mike Leone was on with Duffer and Marty yesterday, and he talks about shot volume, and I've heard him talk about it before, and Rochester usually does it for him. They get shot volume for him because he feels they have the type of team that causes chaos with that shot volume. Well, they certainly got it last night with 33 shots, and Primo made 32. I put up in the article a couple of saves that he had in that game, and Laval had 5 shots in the third period and scored 3 times. The one that he would want back is, Rusick scored at 2:46 and tied the game. It was only a 1-0 game going into the third period. And now it's tied, and it only took Laval a little over 2 minutes to tie it, and it was a goal that definitely Levi would want back. Jacka came in down the right side. He's on the backhand. It was a beautiful backhand shot up under the bar, but you got to have a save there. I mean, you just have to have a save so for your team to keep the game at 1-1. And so far, you'd played pretty well, but you hadn't been too busy. Laval had 7 shots in the first period, 8 in the second. And as I said, they got 5 in the third and scored 3 times. So the other goals were just basically a turnover that turned into a goal. It was actually 2 turnovers that turned into a goal. Some battles that weren't won behind the net. So as you watch the goals that Laval scored, they weren't the typical type of goals that Rochester normally gives up. 3 out of the 4 would be goals that, you usually don't see guys standing around the net by themselves, like Tuck, 15 seconds into the game. He's right there. Nobody's with him. He tips in Reinbacher's shot. So that's not the type of defense that Rochester normally plays. And they only gave up 20 shots, so it wasn't like they were horrendous defensively, but they were horrendous on the goals guys weren't being covered.
Paul Hamilton on the Western Hotline. So next up for the Amerks is tomorrow night, facing elimination against Laval. They're doing 2 road games in a row because the series goes 2-3.
Right, yeah. And that was Laval's choice.
Right.
Them being the higher seed, they had the chance to, go that way or
2-2-1 is the other way, right? Yeah.
Right. So they chose to. All right, we'll go to Rochester. Let's at least get a split, and then we get to go home for 3. And we're the best team in the league, even though Rochester is a good road team, and Rochester is a team that gets off the mat too. They've already done it in this series. They lost game 1 5-4 and played very well in game 2. They won 5-3. It could have been a lot more. They could have won this game. When it was 1-0 for 40 minutes, Primo stood on his head. Primo gave up 4 goals in the first game. He's won 2 games in this series. He didn't get the loss. He didn't play in that game. But so they know they can score on him, but they certainly didn't in this game. He, of course, was the number 1 star, and so he's had one game and one really good game. And look at Levi. Levi had a good game in game 2. He gave up 3, but he played really, really well, and I wouldn't blame him for any of the 3 goals. But he also gave up 5 in game 1, and now he's given up 4 in game 3. So, you look at his numbers in this series alone, it's 4.07 and an .836 save percentage in 3 games, and that's not going to cut it.
Paul Hamilton on the Western Hotline. Paul, thank you, and happy birthday to the Sabres.
Yes.
What did you get them? Did you get them anything?
I don't know. What does Sabretooth need?
What does Sabretooth need? I don't know.
Does a Sabretooth need a toothbrush?
A new T-shirt gun.
There you go.
A more powerful T-shirt gun, yeah.
Yeah, that would be a good one.
Thanks, Paul.
Take care, guys.
Paul Hamilton. The Amerks play Laval tomorrow, and if they don't win, their season ends. Jeremy and Joe, Sal is in for Joe. When we return, Sal's going to give us the inside, behind-the-scenes, director's cut story about filming. You auditioned, you got a role. We're excited to hear all about it. We're going to hear your line, dramatic readings of your lines.
I could share a little bit. There's not much.
All right.
But I did get a speaking part in the Hallmark movie.
Let's go.
And yesterday was I was in 2 scenes.
All right.
One was speaking, one was not. Couple of lines.
We got to talk about who you met. Were you in with Tony Danza or?
It was an experience.
We'll get the full story when we return here on WGR. One thing I'm kind of surprised about is, the Bills are no doubt interesting to me. But if you're HBO or Max or HBO Max or whatever it's called right now, I think they went back to HBO Max, you are trying to give an NFL product and get subscriptions. And I guess I'm surprised that you'd go to Buffalo because just the sheer number of how many people might subscribe for 2 months to get this product, to see this, and then, hey, we've got them hooked because we offer this and this and this. Wouldn't you think you'd go to some massive market that simply has 10 times the people that might sign up? But then again, that's probably a testament to they know how, I don't know, rabid the Bills fan base is and how, we give them a little nugget, they're just going to be all over it. So
I'm thinking, I'm just thinking out loud here because I don't know this. I have to do some, I don't know all of these different streaming platforms and who's affiliated. HBO Max and Disney and Marvel?
Maybe.
And Haley Steinfeld?
Okay. Are they?
If I think it might be. It says here Disney, including Marvel. The bundle includes Disney Plus content, including Marvel movies and shows, as well as Hulu and Max.
Okay. Well,
now, so you get where I'm going with this,
is that
right?
a part of it? Yeah.
If you're Max and you have Haley Steinfeld marrying Josh Allen, and this actress is going to be in these movies who are on some of your streaming platforms, that's a pretty good way to cross-promote and get people to subscribe.
Yeah, that's right.
Right?
And, I mean, you could probably just sell Josh Allen as an actual Marvel hero.
You could do that. Josh, it was announced he was having that production company that he's starting.
Mm-hmm.
He's also the league MVP. I mean, he is marrying a Hollywood star. To me, that is a story in itself this offseason. The maturity and growth of Josh Allen, where he came from to where he is. That story is a great story. You add on, put part of it with who he's marrying, and he just turned 29. What, yesterday? Was it yesterday? Was his birthday? I think it was.
Yep. And then the Tush Push did not get banned. And I don't know if you did this too, Sal, I found the language about the Tush Push not getting banned to be funny. Because do you know how many things in the country would be viewed as overwhelming slam dunk wins if it got 68% of the vote? Yeah. A 75% threshold is tough. It was a loss for Goodell, but most of the league wants it gone. That's a big majority.
Yeah,
it is a very big majority. 2/3 is what the Senate needs to override a veto of the president. Like, that's not a small number. 2/3 is often a tough threshold to get to. They got to 2/3. They didn't get to 3/4. They are 2 owners away. So while one of the stories is, yes, the Tush Push survives, let's just say if I owned the rights to the Tush Push, I might be nervous. That it went from 16-16 to 2 months later, 22-10. That thing is teetering on the edge of, okay, maybe next year it will be gone. Because 22-10, I just found it really funny. Eagles win 10-22. They almost got blown out, but it was just a threshold that wasn't met. And sometimes that can come down to language. Who knows? We have the list of teams that voted no, and there's some interesting names in there. But I found it interesting. The whole thing was framed as a rebuke of Goodell when I think he was darn close to getting it done.
Big news for the Bills yesterday. They'll be the team featured on Hard Knocks this season for the first time ever in Hard Knocks' 24-year run. This season's edition of Hard Knocks will premiere on August 5th. Other news in the NFL yesterday, sad news out of Indianapolis as the Colts announced the passing of owner and CEO Jim Ersay at the age of 65. Ersay was the owner of the Colts since 1997. Under his ownership, the team appeared in 2 Super Bowls, winning Super Bowl 41 in 2006. After some extensive discussion yesterday at the NFL owners' meetings, owners voted to not ban the Tush push. The ban failed to pass by just 2 votes, meaning the play will remain in the game for at least the 2025 season. Over in the NHL playoffs last night, the Stars make a big comeback in the third period, scoring 3 power play goals in the first 6 minutes of the period. They win 6-3 over the Edmonton Oilers in Game 1 of the Western Conference Finals. Game 2 tomorrow at 8 o'clock. Tonight in the NHL, Game 2 of the Eastern Conference Finals between the Panthers and the Hurricanes. Panthers lead that series 1-0. Puck drop is at 8 o'clock. Over in the NBA, an even bigger comeback last night. The Pacers down 119-105, just 3 minutes remaining in the fourth quarter, rattle off 20 points, tying the game 125-125, forcing overtime. Overtime was back and forth, but the Pacers come out on top 138-135. Beating the Knicks in Game 1. Game 2 tonight in the Western Conference Finals between the Timberwolves and the Thunder tips off at 8:30. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander named NBA MVP last night for the Thunder. And in the AHL playoffs last night, the Amerks fall to the Rocket 4-1. Rochester's only goal scored by Lucas Rusek. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Time to talk a little Hollywood. So, good morning. It's Jeremy and Joe. Joe's out this week on vacation. Sal's here. Is there an IMDb page yet?
I've already had one, actually.
You did? Perfect.
Yes.
So this will be another credit?
Once it happens, I don't know how it works. Like when, let me look. Yeah, so there was a movie that I was in called Unbelievable.
Okay.
That my voice was in, that was filmed locally. It's about the Bills. Actually, I said up in not at North Park. I'm sorry, I can't think up in Tonawanda.
Riviera.
Thank you. We had the Riviera, and I went to that, and that's my voice, and I'm like a Bills announcer in the background. That's on there. There was a TV pilot called For Nothing. Remember this? We talked about it years ago. It's a mafia, old school versus new school mafia in Buffalo.
Yeah.
And the director's name is Nick Denman. And he wrote a book. He wrote a series of books called For Nothing. He's from Buffalo. And they were looking, it was in 2020. I'd read about it in 2019. They were filming this. They want to make it into a TV show to go to Netflix or Amazon. Came up to Buffalo to do it. And I'd heard about it, talked to some people, and they're like, hey, like, we know who you are. We'd really love to have you as part of the show. And I was a character called The Cleaner in that, where I literally cleaned, like, the dead bodies after there was a mob hit.
Nice.
We filmed it. It was amazing. James Duvall was in it, Michael Madsen, and Daniel Baldwin.
Okay.
I mean, it's really cool. We shot the pilot, but then the pandemic hit. So nothing ever happened of that. Plus, for some reason, Up and Adams with Kay Adams is on IMDb, and I'm listed because I'm on her show sometimes.
All right. So the newest.
So there you go. So there's my IMDb page.
And soon it'll be Holiday Touchdown. Is that what it's called this time? Or
yeah.
Is it like the Holiday?
A Bills Love Story.
Yeah.
Holiday
Okay.
Touchdown.
So,
Hallmark.
So you filmed yesterday.
Yeah. So they were looking for people, and there was actually a few roles that everybody had an opportunity to apply for, and I'd worked with some of the people who are part of this movie in the past in some capacity. So I applied for a certain role, actually like an announcer role. And I sent my reel in, and all of a sudden I get an email like, hey, we're going to hire you. But come to find out, they didn't hire me for that role. They hired me for a different role. And I didn't know this until I went through, I kept looking at the role and looking at like my lines, and I'm like, wait a minute, I think they're messing this up. And I contacted someone and said, oh, no, you didn't get that role you applied for. We gave you this other role. And I'm like, okay, I don't know if this is better or worse. It turned out that it was really cool because the role I play is a member of the Bills front office named Mike, and I'm on part of like the stadium peace and all that, because this movie, yes, it's a holiday love story. It's a lot about the new stadium, too. In fact, the lead character, okay, played by, and what's his name again? Matt, I got to get his full name. His name is Gabe in the movie. Let me look again. I don't want to get his name wrong. Actors, it's Matt, starts with a D. And do you have it there?
I'm looking for it. Matthew Daddario.
Yes. Thank you. His character is basically based on John Polka, who we have on the radio a lot.
Okay.
Like, that's his character. It's based on that. And building the stadium. So my scene, I'm in 2 scenes. I knew I had a speaking role. They said, hey, you got to come to the stadium on May 21st. They gave me a time. This is why I was off yesterday. This is why I was off work yesterday, right? Thankfully, the people at Odyssey were very gracious.
You were working another job.
Yeah.
That's all right. You're always hustling.
So I went to the stadium, and I got there, and they had trailers set up like you see on a movie set, and they had the name, Mike, the nameplate, and I had my little dressing room in the trailer.
Wow.
And they had...
Did you get a picture of that?
Oh, I did. I took some pictures. And I brought my own clothes, but they also had clothes for me to wear. And they said, we'll figure it out, like what's best for this scene. Then from there, they said, we're going to take you down to makeup. Came out of the trailer, went down to another trailer. I walk in, and I got someone putting makeup on me, and they have somebody doing hair, and I'm making hair jokes. So how's my hair look? And they have all that going on. And, you know, they're doing some trimming, they're doing some cutting, they're doing around the nose and the ears and the goatee and all that, making everything look good. And then they said, okay, wait here, and we'll take you in. Waited. We get a van. All these people. I'm in the van with the lead character, Gabe, which is his name, Matt, which is his real name. And we go into the stadium, and where the Bills, where the tunnel is, right above that you see offices, right? Like where the Wall of Fame is.
Yeah.
That's where a lot of this was being shot, my scenes. So this is where we went. I go up there, and you walk in, and now I'm in like, oh my God, it's controlled chaos. And there's just people everywhere. There's cameras everywhere. There's somebody micing you up. There's somebody talking to you about where you got to be. There's another scene being shot. Everybody's got to be quiet on set, all that kind of thing. They film their scene, then they go, okay, ready for the next scene. I walk in this big room. I'm in a boardroom, and my character has to sit at a table. And we are looking at the main character, Gabe, who basically the scene is, he says, okay, just before we end this meeting, I want to say thank you to everybody. It's a great monologue about the stadium coming together and how it's built for Buffalo, and you guys have done a great job and your staff, and we're all watching them, and we're making facial expressions, and we yeah. And he says, built for Buffalo, by Buffalo. And the director's like, when he says that, everybody give like a really cool, like positive response. And we're like, oh yeah, cool, that's awesome, man. Like that's kind of like what you do at a meeting.
Yeah.
At an office meeting, right? So we do that. We get through that. We filmed that scene, they filmed that scene probably a good 10 times. And the reason was he had a big monologue, so a few times he trips up and he wants to start over. And then once you get it right, or you think you do, hey, do it again.
Yeah.
And you do it again. Once you get it, oh yeah, that's the winner. Okay, let's do it again from the other angle, because we need different camera shots here, because certain things we can't show while we're doing this. And then they have those cameras that are moving, and they're closing in on them, and they're telling you, like, hey, as the camera passes you, make sure you don't look at it, you're looking at him, and you're getting directed through all of this stuff, right? So that was the scene. That scene ends. Then they said, okay, go back to the dressing room. You're going to change into something else for your next scene, because your next scene takes place on a different day, basically. You're not wearing the same clothes.
Right.
So I did that. Now I come back, I do the same thing, I come back in. Now I go into the same room, and now I have to literally, you're going to laugh. It literally says in the script, I'm with the main character, Gabe. It's me and him only, walking, talking. I'm literally having dialogue with the main character. And it says, in a West Wing style walk on the script. In a West Wing style walk, because...
It's like a presidential garden walk with the camera's in front of you. Are you walking towards it?
I am, yes. But the reason why is because it's basically, the director said, what's going to happen is you're going to walk and talk, but people are coming up and talking as you're walking because they want, hey, they got to tell you something. They got to tell you something. They got to tell you something. So it's a brisk walk where something's happening, but you have to concentrate on what you're talking about.
Right.
Right, if that makes sense.
Like you're a chief of staff and you're talking to the president and you get a couple things along the way. But
that's exactly right.
Okay.
So I actually opened the scene with my line, and my line is, we got a lot of positive feedback in the public forum, basically about the stadium, right?
All right.
And then we keep walking, and he's like, oh, yeah, this is great. And we keep walking again. And then he gets stopped by an employee. Hey, Gabe. And I got to keep walking as he kind of stops, and I'm waiting for him. And then he comes back in, and another employee comes in and says, "Hey, we got to get these talking points over." And then I sort of interrupt, like in a rush, but wait till she finishes. And I say, "I can write that up for you," meaning like I'll do your job. And he looks at me and he says, No. Listen, you have your daughter's Christmas pageant tonight. You need to get home with your family. And then we both leave the scene, and that's it. And that's my part in the movie, and I did it, and it was great. And they filmed it from that angle. I don't think they filmed that one from the back angle, but we did. Once we got past the couple people he talked to, they filmed it with just us three doing it so they could move cameras around and close in on me, close in on him, and do it from different angles. It was a really cool experience. I really enjoyed it. I loved it. Everybody was great to me, and Deion Dawkins was supposed to film his scene yesterday, but he had something going on. He had the award. I'm sure that was part of it.
Yep.
And somebody was literally FaceTiming Deion right after our scene, and he was like, "Hey, I can't be there at this time." They were working out when he could show up. That was happening. When I left, I know a little bit later, Sean McDermott filmed his scene. He's in the movie. I know the day before, Deion was there before that, the day before, along with DeMar Hamlin, along with Dwayne Carter, and they were all telling me stories about how these guys were getting their makeup on or whatever, and it was great, and they were having fun with them. A lot of the production crew is from like Connecticut or New York City, and then some people are local, obviously, and they knew, like when I sat down, there were people working on the set who are in movie production. They're not just local people. Mm-hmm. They do this for a living, and they're like, "Hey, I live here in Buffalo, and I listen to WGR, and I'm a Bills fan," or things like that.
Very cool. Tony Danza on set?
Did not see.
Isn't Joey Pants in this thing as well? Joe Pantoliano? Did I see that?
He is. I did not see him. Right. I did see the character in Sopranos, Bobby Bacala.
Okay.
Bobby Bacalari.
Steve
Shrippa. And he was talking with one of the main directors, and I just walked up, stood there for a second, and when he looked over at me and said, "Hi, my name is Sal Capaccio. I just want to say I was a big Sopranos fan. It's great to meet you." He says, "Hi, Sal. How are you?" I shake his hand, and I was on my way.
Nice.
So I got to meet him.
What was the line again?
Which one?
I can write that. Which one did you?
That one. I can write that up for you.
Which one did you deliver better? Which was your favorite?
Ooh. You know what? I think the first line I delivered better because I didn't know how they really wanted me to say. I even thought about it. Do I kind of interrupt her at the end because we're in a rush? Do I wait for her to complete?
Right.
You know what I mean? Like I can write that up for you because I know he's in a rush. The first one was something I had to think a little bit more because saying the words, saying we got a lot of positive feedback in the public forum. That's just a bit of a word salad.
That's right.
Right?
Yeah.
And like I had to make sure I said that. And I talk fast naturally, which was funny. When I met the main character, Matt, I walked up to him. I said who I was. We talked, and I said, "Matt, you do this for a living. I don't. I talk on the radio. I'm on TV, but I don't read scripts. I'm not an actor. So please give me any direction you want. Tell me when I suck. Tell me when I need to do something different." And he goes, "You're doing it right now. You're great. This is exactly how you need to talk. You talk a little faster.
Yeah.
This scene is about you and I talking and getting things done."
Yeah.
It was really cool.
Yeah. Very cool. We're getting a lot of positive. Yeah.
We're
getting a lot of positive feedback in the public forum.
It was. We got a lot of really positive feedback in the public forum. I mean, yeah, it's a bit of a mouthful.
Yeah, the other one might be better. I can write that up for you.
And then I even said at one point, "Do you think I should change it to, we got a lot of positive feedback online?" And he's like, "You can talk." Like he said some directors will love that.
Yeah.
Some directors would be like, "Don't ever suggest anything again." I'm not saying this director was. I never broached it because I didn't want to be that guy. I'm like, I'm new here, right? He did say, and it's right. He goes, "Yeah, a lot of people." We had a really good time talking. He said, "A lot of people." This is the lead character, Matt. He said, "People want to be on a movie set and think it's really cool," and it is. But it's a 12-hour boring day a lot of times. Like we're doing this how many times?
Yeah.
Right, and it's true. And the funny thing is there's Bill's employees in the background of this scene, and every time we walked down this hall, they had to redo their background. Like what they were doing, just kind of tossing a football or, you know what I mean, just kind of like walking around, somebody with a coffee cup walking from one office to another. They had to keep doing that as well. Yeah. Everything had to be on point.
A lot of walking back and forth with a coffee cup.
Yes, I made a point. I made a reference to one of the Bills employees. You're getting a lot of steps in just going back and forth during this scene here.
Nice. My only experience being an extra in a movie was when they filmed for Bruce Almighty in the arena, and they never used any of the scenes. I don't think they used any of the scenes actually in the arena. It's so random a memory that whenever we bring it up, I have to ask people. Someone else was there, right? When we chanted things and we were supposed to do stuff in the arena, and they didn't use. I don't think they used any of it. 803-0550. All right, Sal. Holiday touchdown.
It was really awesome, and I think it's cool that the Bills are being highlighted in all these different respects. Someone asked me yesterday, do you love it or hate it? And I said, listen, I'm 52. Like a lot of you, we all went through the drought years, right? Even before that, I remember back-to-back 2-14 seasons. And then you had the Super Bowl years. Enjoy this, man. Your team is being highlighted in a lot of different ways. Yeah, it might suck for distraction and all those things that come along with the Hard Knocks. But when you're talking about primetime football, Hard Knocks, the Hallmark movie, like these are the reason is because you're good and you have stars on your team and people want to see you. And I think that's cool.
Yeah, super fun to be in the league.
Yeah,
like the Bills.
That's right.
We spent a lot of time. The Bills were in the league, but it didn't feel like they were in the league. And now they're like a main character. It's just great. Speaking of which, at top of the hour, let's get into Deion Dawkins and what he has just accomplished. I've got some good stuff on Dawkins from former Bills offensive lineman Jerry Ostrowski. Had just like a rave about Dawkins and how good he is and how much he appreciates him that I think you won't want to miss. And a comparison to an all-time great athlete, not just a Buffalo athlete, a comparison to an all-time great that he liked. We'll get to that coming up in the 8 o'clock segment. Jeremy and Joe, Sal's in for Joe today here on WGR. Okay, so can I find 24 teams that should vote to change the playoff seeding? And here's how I would lay this out. The NFL is not equal across all 32 teams. Bills fans, we knew this during the drought, and we now live on the other end of it. Mm-hmm. During the drought, the Bills were in a division with Tom Brady, and he ate their lunch every day. Or ate them for lunch, or with both.
Both. Ate them and also
the
ate
Bills
their
were
lunch.
Obviously not a competitive team to a level to talk about a Super Bowl, but they were also probably artificially low based on losing to him 36 times. How many times did the Arizona Cardinals have to play Tom Brady? I think it was twice.
Yeah,
and the
not
Bills
nearly
had
as much.
twice a year.
Yep.
If the Bills were in another division during the drought, chances are they'd probably make a playoff appearance once. I would stand by that.
I would too.
The same way that you might say if the Bills were in the NFC, they might have a Super Bowl appearance by now because there's not Andy Reid in Kansas City standing in their way to knock them out 4 times. Instead, it would be, can you get by the Niners, a team that you've dismantled in the regular season twice now? Can you get by the Rams, another team that you have shown some success against?
Yeah.
You know, the format, whatever. You don't have to change every format. Who should vote for a change in the playoff seeding? Let me give you 3 teams. New England, Miami, and the Jets. Because the reality is, hey, it would be nice to have a home playoff game.
Las Vegas, L.A., Denver.
Yes.
All of them should want
We're
it.
up to 6.
Yep.
Because how are they going to host a playoff game? Mm-hmm. You can either beat Josh Allen out in a season, something that has not happened since he's basically become who he is. You could beat out Patrick Mahomes. Or, then again, if you're like, the Falcons, you can beat out the Bucs and Baker Mayfield, who's pretty good.
Pretty good.
Not the same. The parity of the NFL is supposed to bring worst to first. It's supposed to, the turnover is there. They like it. They want it to feel like the Titans aren't that far away. We'll give you the stat of the day. It's on the Pacers. Stat of the day powered by Empire Electric, your residential neighborhood electrician. Visit EmpireElectricians.com. Teams that were down 14 or more in the final 250 of regulation.
Okay. 14 or more.
Yeah, in the last 27 years.
In a certain round?
Regulation.
Okay. Doesn't matter playoffs, I'm saying just...
Playoffs, sorry. Regulation of the playoffs, down 14 or more.
Right, so just any playoff game, I'm saying, doesn't matter first round, second round, third round, finals. Okay,
Yep.
okay.
250, you're down 14.
Okay.
Then it happened 970 times in the last 27 years. Teams in that spot were 0 and 970.
Wow.
There's something about this era of stats and information that when your team has an epic collapse, you feel horrible enough, and then you were just nonstop beaten down with, oh, wow, you're the first team in 970 teams to do that. Incredible. The Pacers. The best part of that highlight for me, Sal, you're old enough to remember Reggie Miller doing that to the Knicks at the Garden. Iconic moments.
Yes.
Reggie Miller laughing when Halliburton hits that call is, to me, revealing. It's very much, man, he loves that happened. He loves that happened.
When I watched the highlights this morning, that's one of the first things I noticed rewatching it was listening to Reggie Miller laugh, and then I noticed the choke sign that Halliburton gave and said, oh, my God. And did he look at Reggie? Did he look at Spike? He looked at someone.
Maybe.
Reggie looked at Spike when he did it.
I think earlier in the game I saw Halliburton hit a big shot and then point to Reggie. It's almost like Reggie Miller is, he can't say he's on the team, but he's kind of on the team.
Uh-huh.
All right, very, 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 very fast stat of the day I want to give you because we had one on the Knicks and the Pacers. The Pacers, the first team in 971 games to rally from down 14 with less than 3 minutes to play in a playoff game. Here's one on the Oilers and the Stars. Stuart Skinner in net for the Oilers this postseason. You ready for this, Sal? His save percentage has either been .834 and below or 1,000. It's either a shutout or ours. Okay.
We need to talk about Dion.
Yes.
You know what else I want to say? We need to. I found a quote from a former Bills player that is very similar to quotes you hear from former Sabres players.
Okay.
Which is kind of making me roll my eyes, though, in this situation.
Interesting. All right. I've got Jerry Ostrowski. We're going to play that Jerry O on Dawkins. A Dion Dawkins appreciation segment when we get back, among other things. We'll get to that coming up here on WGR. Paul, the thing about, I know sometimes rumors and insiders and all this, the one thing about Byram and these sort of conversations, it seems to be a pretty consistent message throughout, and I've seen some reporting again that it's about the role that he wants, and he views himself as a kind of a top guy, and here there's a tough road to be a top guy. So to me, it kind of all lines up. Do they want to pay him? Does he want a different kind of circumstance? Do you buy all this, that they would be shopping him, that they would be considering a move to move things around on the hockey team with Byram being the target to go out?
Well, Kevin Adams also, if a player says he doesn't want to be here, he's not going to be here. And, one thing Elliott said, which is true, they were talking, well, he cleaned out his house. Well, you can clean out your house all you want. You're stuck here for 2 more years if that's what the Sabres want. Now, Adams has been very consistent with this, that he does not want anybody here who does not want to be here. And if he went in there and told him that he doesn't want to be here, and that would be the reason. that he wants a bigger role, a role he knows he's not going to get when Darlene is here. And, you can add Power to that list also. I mean, most nights he was better than Power, but more towards the end of the year he wasn't. So he had an up and down year, and basically when he was with Rasmus Dahlin, he played very, very well. When he wasn't, it was average at best. And now you can re-sign him and pair him with Rasmus Dahlin, and it works very, very well for you, but you're kind of pigeonholed then. I mean, it's like, well, what happens when you don't want him with Rasmus Dahlin, or you want somebody else with him, or you don't want Rasmus Dahlin playing the right side, or you don't want him playing the right side. It works well when they're together. One of them plays the right side, usually Dahlin, and they don't have a problem with it. They play very well. So.
One thing I'm kind of surprised about is, the Bills are no doubt interesting to me. But if you're HBO or Max or HBO Max or whatever it's called right now, I think they went back to HBO Max. You are trying to give an NFL product and get subscriptions. And I guess I'm surprised that you'd go to Buffalo, because just the sheer number of how many people might subscribe for 2 months to get this product, to see this, and then, hey, we've got them hooked because we offer this and this and this. Wouldn't you think you'd go to some massive market that simply has 10 times the people that might sign up? But then again, that's probably a testament to they know how, I don't know, rabid the Bills fan base is, and how, we give them a little nugget, they're just going to be all over it. So
I'm just thinking out loud here, because I don't know this. I have to do some. I don't know all of these different streaming platforms and who's affiliated. HBO Max and Disney and Marvel,
maybe,
and Haley Steinfeld.
Okay, are they?
If I think it might be. It says here Disney, including Marvel. The bundle includes Disney Plus content, including Marvel movies and shows, as well as Hulu and Max.
Okay. Well,
now, so you get where I'm going with this,
is that
right?
a part of it? Yeah.
If you're Max and you have Haley Steinfeld marrying Josh Allen, and this actress who's going to be in these movies who are on some of your streaming platforms, that's a pretty good way to cross-promote and get people to subscribe.
Yeah, that's right.
Right?
And, I mean, you could probably just sell Josh Allen as an actual Marvel hero.
You could do that. Josh, it was announced he was having that production company that he's starting.
Mm-hmm.
He's also the league MVP. I mean, he is marrying a Hollywood star. To me, that is a story in itself this offseason. The maturity and growth of Josh Allen, where he came from to where he is. That story is a great story. You add on, put part of it with who he's marrying, and he just turned 29. What, yesterday? Was it yesterday? Was his birthday? I think it was.
Yep.
Good morning. Big news for the Bills yesterday. They will be featured on Hard Knocks this offseason for the first time ever. Bills training camp will be highlighted by the HBO program that premieres on August 5th. Sticking in the NFL, some news out of Indianapolis yesterday. Sad news as the Colts announced the passing of owner and CEO Jim Ersay at the age of 65. Ersay had been the owner of the Colts since 1997, and under his ownership, the team appeared in 2 Super Bowls, winning Super Bowl 41 in 2006. After extensive discussion yesterday at NFL owners' meetings, the owners voted to not ban the Tush push. The ban failed to pass by just 2 votes, meaning that the play will remain in the game for at least the 2025 season. Over in the NHL playoffs last night, the Dallas Stars were down 3-1 going into the third period, but pull off a huge comeback, scoring 3 power play goals in the first 6 minutes of the period, taking the lead over the Edmonton Oilers, and they didn't look back. The Stars added 2 more goals and won that game 6-3. Game 2 will be tomorrow at 8 o'clock. Tonight in the NHL, Game 2 of the Eastern Conference Finals between the Panthers and the Hurricanes. Panthers lead that series 1-0. Puck drop is at 8 o'clock in Carolina. Over in the NBA, an even bigger comeback last night. The Pacers overcome a over 14-point deficit, down 119-105, just under 3 minutes remaining, rattling off 20 points in that time span, tying the game at 125, forcing overtime. Overtime was a bit back and forth between the Pacers and the Knicks, but the Pacers come out on top 138-135. Tonight, Game 2 of the Western Conference Finals between the Timberwolves and Thunder tips off at 8:30. The Thunder can now add the title of MVP to their starting 5, as Shai Gilgeous-Alexander was named the NBA MVP last night. And the AHL playoffs last night, the Rochester Americans fall to the Laval Rocket 4-1. Rochester's only goal scored by Lucas Rusek. Game 4 is a must-win for the Americans to keep their Calder Cup hopes alive. Puck drop is at 7 o'clock on Friday in Laval. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Josh Schmidt for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Favorite thing about Dion is Dion does Dion, and he does it really, really well. Said this before, if I'm going to go to a clinic and walk up there and I'm going to teach 350 offensive line coaches, I will use Dion stuff like his hand stuff. Dion does Dion, and Dion does not care, and it's awesome to see. He might be one of my favorite players of all time in the NFL.
Jerry Ostrowski on Dawkins. Quick segment of Dion Dawkins love here. Jeremy and Joe. Joe's on vacation this week. Sal's in. So I was talking there with Jerry O and Joe Marino. We do a twice weekly thing now on YouTube and part of Locked On Bills channel, Bill Squads. We're talking about Dawkins there. And more about that, he says, if you're teaching a coaching clinic, you would teach Dion's hands. But if you want to teach technique to pass block, you would teach Spencer Brown. Basically saying that, well, I'll go to the follow-up question, because it sounds like he says you wouldn't coach offensive linemen to play like Dion. He's that unique to do that. And I made a comparison that it sounded like an all-time great that Jerry would be comfortable comparing him to.
All this kind of sounds like another Buffalo great athlete of all time. You're saying he's one of one. He's so unique. Like, you would never teach your kids to play goal like Dominik Hasek. Right. But he did it his way. And you're like, he's amazing. You can't do that, basically. Is that kind of what you're saying here?
That's exactly what I'm saying. I mean, I used to laugh. I'd go down to this locker room after Sabres games. A lot of us guys from the 90s were big Sabres fans. We used to go to Aud all the time. And I remember one time walking in, and Dom is standing at the door. He's like, Big O, you want to come hit the weights? And he's got his shirt off. He's got no shirt on, and his bottoms are still on, and he's going to go work out. And, I mean, he looked like a 14-year-old kid. I mean, there's just nothing. He's a slinky. But the thing about this is, if you look at Dominik, and it's great you brought up Dominik Hasek with Dawkins. Still, though, it's the one thing I preach all the time, situational awareness, right? They play the percentages. What did Dominik Hasek do so well? He took half to 2/3 of the net away by flopping on the ground and said, if you're going to beat me, it's going to have to be high, right? And Dion does those same things. It's unorthodox, but he still plays the percentages. He understands situational awareness, and he wins at a high rate. Like I said, man, he's awesome to watch.
Super cool to get like that level of appreciation on Dawkins. I just love watching whoever it is, if it's the guys that cover one or if it's Brian Baldinger, when they're digging deep into watch what Dawkins does here. Is he takes an arm and then it's a karate chop across and then that defensive lineman's on the ground.
Yeah.
It's not the traditional kind of thing you see, and it's a testament to his craft and an all-time great Bill. Dawkins is an all-time great Buffalo Bill.
Yeah, he should be on the Wall of Fame, I think. We have this debate a lot. I think he is one of these guys that deserves that. We've talked about Micah or Jordan or guys in the past like Eric Moulds, Reuben Brown. I think Dion is in that conversation for sure, at least. I mean, when I say he should be, I think at least in the conversation, and I think eventually he will be somebody we all say should be because he's got a few more years left still to play in this league. Couple things about this. And we're going to get to the award, which I think is amazing for Dion.
Yeah,
for him to be an advocate to do this. But what you just talked about reminds me, Eric Wood always says about Aaron Kromer. So the reason why Aaron Kromer is so good at what he does, Eric says he's maybe the best offensive line coach he's ever played for. I don't want to put words in his mouth, but I know he's up there. Aaron Kromer teaches guys to their own strengths, not, hey, this is what we do. It's, hey, that's what you do. All right, let's lean into that. Let's make sure that you're doing that even better than anybody else. If that's what makes you great, let's do that. He says he'll look at your body type, your hands, your size, and say, this is what fits for you at left tackle, even if someone else it doesn't fit for at left tackle. It's the same position. It's the same blocking scheme. But you don't have to block it the same way because that's not you. And I think listening to Jerry talk about it and everything you said, it's really great symmetry to have a coach like that, like Aaron Kromer, who allows That's the thing. When you brought up earlier, like the presentation of it, I remember watching some Hard Knocks in the past where they've done more of that, where they've gone out with the players. They've gone to the local, miniature golf or something and followed them around, and they've gone to the bowling alley with them, movie theater, whatever it is. They've gone to their houses. And then some Hard Knocks, they don't do much of that at all.
Yeah.
They just kind of follow everything on the field. So I'm interested to see how this shapes up. And listen, that's going to be something that the Bills also share in what they are comfortable with or want or don't want. The way I understand it, it's not like HBO and NFL Films is going to be like, hey, we're going to follow these guys when they go out tonight.
Right.
No.
Are they going to go?
That's in a negotiation. That's what do you want to show, what do you not want to show? Because they're going to have to obviously be mic'd up.
Right.
They're going to have to agree to that.
Are they going to go with McDermott to the ice cream place that he likes a lot? Like
that might happen.
That seems like a good one.
Yeah, that might happen.
And then can I give you one other place that they could go? This is just, I want you to make a little mark.
Are you going to say the Pittsford pub when all the media and all of us are there hanging out? And they're there too?
No,
Okay.
I'm not going to say that. But there is something that overlaps with training camp.
Yes.
That is super interesting.
Oh, wait.
Do you know what I'm going to say?
I do not. I was going to guess golf, but it can't be.
Nope. The Killers concert.
Okay.
In Canandaigua is August 2nd.
Wow. Okay.
Will the Bills be going to the Killers concert? It's during training camp. It's 15 minutes away? Will Hard Knocks be at the Killers? And it's top of mind for me. We've got tickets to that show. I know a lot of people that have tickets to that show. I've seen them live a bunch of times. And again, the Killers have become a part of the Bills, presentation at the games. It's a big moment. Whether it's from how the Bills players kind of jumped on that song from the wedding way back when, Dawson Knox's wedding. And, it's become, especially this year, became more of a thing than it was in years past. They'd been playing it for a couple of years. It really ramped up this year. And I just wonder if that will be a part of Hard Knocks. It's August 2nd. The first episode of Hard Knocks is August 5th, which is a good, if the normal timeline, Sal, that's a good 2 weeks into camp.
Oh, yeah.
That we'll go back and see what has
We don't have the official training camp start date, but I know just according to the CBA, doing the math, it should be right around July 24th.
Yeah, last year the first practice was July 24th.
Okay, so July 23rd maybe this year, because we're a little bit earlier this year with everything on the calendar. I'm thinking about guys and storylines. I would imagine DeMar Hamlin would be something they would highlight at Fisher because of his recovery and what happened in the story and all of that. And I think defensive backs in general, Tre'Davious White, the personality, the return of Tre'Davious White. They drafted Max Hairston. Max Hairston is going to be a personality that they'll probably focus on and lean into a little bit. Cole Bishop fighting for a starting safety job. That's something in his second year. I think that's the case. But speaking of Buffalo Bills defensive backs, how about a former defensive back, okay? I want to read you a quote from former Buffalo Bills defensive back Kyrie Elum, who is now on the Dallas Cowboys.
Uh-oh. Hold on. Let me prepare myself. I just saw George Pickens of the Dallas Cowboys say it's nice to be part of a different culture now.
Oh.
And the thought was he's throwing shots at Pittsburgh.
Sure.
So, all right.
This is very eerily reminiscent of former Sabres players who go
interesting
to other markets.
I thought Elam, right when he left, said nice things like, I'm thankful, it was good, it didn't work out. What do we got now?
He didn't say anything bad, but there's clearly some undertones here.
Okay.
This is courtesy of DallasCowboys.com, the Dallas Cowboys website, picked up by Pro Football Talk, which is where I found it. Quote, I feel like the energy here is something I've never been a part of. I love the enthusiasm. And also, I would just say the energy from the coaching staff, they actually make you feel like they care. And that's something that's very exciting. Okay, I'm going to roll my eyes at this. This is a guy that it didn't work out here in Buffalo. He went to he got on the field. Things didn't go well when he was out on the field. But I want people to also understand context here. There was a lot of talk about, but when you hear coaching staff and him say that, okay, there was a lot of talk and thoughts about Kyrie Elum not getting along or headbutting with John Butler, who was his position coach.
One of his position coaches.
One of his position coaches.
Who did leave last year?
Yes, when he didn't get the defensive coordinator's job. Not on bad terms.
Sure.
He said, hey, I wanted that job. I didn't get it. I got to spread my wings. I want to be a DC. He went to Nebraska and became their DC, actually.
But there was a lot of belief that it was Elam and Butler that did not get along.
There was a lot of that that was going on. And when you talk to Kyrie Elum about John Butler, you kind of got that sense. When you talk to John Butler about Kyrie Elum, you kind of get that sense. They never say anything bad about each other.
Yeah.
But for Kyrie Elum to come out and say the energy from the coaching staff, they actually make you feel like they care, and that's something very exciting. I think he's specifically maybe referencing one coach who maybe he didn't see eye to eye with. You're not going to see eye to eye with every coach. But it's a really interesting quote. And then to talk about the energy is something I've never been a part of on the Dallas Cowboys. And maybe that's true because Dallas is known to have lots of circus surrounding it, a lot of energy. I don't know. But it doesn't translate necessarily. What was the story a couple of years ago? There was somebody quoted on the Dallas Cowboys saying, you come here, you're in the weight room doing your job, and they have people walking around looking at you through a glass like you're an attraction.
Like it's a zoo.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's interesting from Elam. It's like you said, it's why, I mean, we went through this last year with Allen and Diggs and everybody like picking through everything that they said, where Allen stopped everybody and said, I didn't mean that. Before you say anything, I didn't say that. He kind of put that to bed. Diggs at one point said, I'm not going to talk bad about my old girlfriend to make my new girlfriend feel better. Like, they were savvy enough to know that those things can be interpreted a certain way. And, maybe Elam is whatever. Interesting.
Good for Elam if he has a fresh start and it's able to go better for him.
Right.
It wasn't happening here, and it was a missed draft pick. There's no doubt.
Yep.
I mean, they took a draft pick that wound up being a bust first rounder.
Yep.
And they moved on from him, and they took another first rounder this year. And for whatever reason that is, whether it's him and the coach not seeing eye to eye, his skill set not fitting in what they're doing, it didn't work out. He's in Dallas. Maybe he has a resurrection.
Sean in Niagara Falls is up. Hey, Sean, good morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
How you doing?
Good, you're on.
Good, thanks.
So I was just wondering what you guys feel about the James Cook situation, about if he performs something similar than last year, is he worth the $15 million that he's asking for?
I don't know about 15. I probably don't think 15 is right. This is going to be an interesting one for me. Like I said yesterday, I hope the Bills do re-sign Cook, and I think that they would re-sign him, but everybody's got a number. Sal, you know how this works. With Tremaine Edmonds, he left because he got a big bag.
Yep.
Was there a number they would have brought him back at? I think yes.
Sure.
Gabe Davis left. Was there a number that maybe? I think yes. And with Cook, we might get the same thing. What happened in both those scenarios is it got to the final line, and they let that player walk out and see what the market was. Like, if you can get more power to you. But they probably will have an offer to Cook. So one thing I want to be a little bit wary of is not assuming that if he doesn't sign, that they will never sign a second contract for a running back or don't value it. I don't want to assume that, because maybe he gets 14 on the open market and they would have gone to 10. But when he goes and gets the 14, we kind of look at it and say, like, well, they weren't going to pay him. I'd be comfortable paying him 10, 11 if he continues to show the explosive ability, because that's the hardest thing to replace. And that's a very important part of the offense, the way that it's built. Their explosive plays coming from their top running back, to me, is of great value, and I do think they should bring him back.
Your point is the right one, and I want to make this clear, and I've said this many times. People need to understand. The Bills are not unique. Every team kind of operates this way. I'm sure some teams kind of have a moving target in some ways. The way it works is the Bills have their own value on a player. That's their value. This is what we value at. This is what we are willing to pay you. And then the player has what they think they're worth. It's not, hey, what do you think you're worth? Let's go and kind of see. Like, it doesn't really work that way. It's, this is what we think your value is. We've done the research. We've done the data. Maybe you can adjust a little bit here or there. It's not going to be wild. It's not going to be a wild adjustment. It's just not.
Yeah.
So if the Bills sign James Cook to a $15 million a year contract, Sean, that means that they feel that's his value. That's what he's worth. If he signs somewhere else for that, to me, it means the Bills just didn't feel he was worth that, because there is a difference between we don't think you're worth that money or we don't like you. They love James Cook. They want James Cook here.
Yep.
That doesn't mean they're going to spend $5 million more a year, let's say, for what they think his value is. They're going to put a value on him, and that's where it's going to go.
And sometimes that value might be a little too high. They've overpaid some of their players. Not too many, but maybe Dawson Knox's value was a little on the high side, but they do value him. And, Gabe Davis was another guy that they loved, but got to the open market and it became we can't justify paying that to you.
Somebody tweeted at me maybe in the last offseason or just several months ago and said, you said that you were wrong about Gabe Davis. And I said, what do you mean? So I think this is two different points here. He said, you said he would get paid and the Bills love him. Well, guess what? He's on another team. I said, no, those two things are correct.
Yeah, that happened, yeah.
The Bills did love him. I always said he would get paid. But the Bills love him. It doesn't mean they're going to pay him. Someone's going to pay him. That's going to happen with James Cook. It could be the Bills. Someone's going to pay James Cook. But if it's far drastic what his value to him is versus what the Bills are, it won't be the Bills eventually.
803-0550. Thanks, Sean, for the phone call. Our number. Chris Emma on the Bears at 9 o'clock on the Bears. And also Hard Knocks. I mean, the Bears have recently been featured on Hard Knocks. What can a team expect, whether it's distractions or whatever? The Bills are going to be on Hard Knocks. We learned that yesterday. Also, when we get back, I want to keep pushing back on a narrative that's starting to be crafted about what happened to Roger Goodell yesterday and the Tush push. We'll get to that. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550 on WGR. Hey, Hard Knocks, I'm excited. I think it is. I mean, for fans, it is tremendous news.
Yeah.
It makes this the best training camp ever. We're going to get more inside stuff, more player personality, even if teams are able to a degree, control what gets out there.
Yeah.
You still get more player access than you ever would get normally. You get to see these guys around each other, and I think Bills fans are going to eat it up.
Where do you want to start with this? Because there's a lot of layers to this, right?
Yeah.
With Hard Knocks, there's a lot of layers with how this happened, maybe what it's going to be like, what the Bills will kind of want, not want, what the NFL will want, not want, what the storylines will be.
Okay,
all that. Where do you want to start?
How about how it happened? Because I was listening to you explain on the afternoon show how they changed the rules, and that is ultimately how the Bills land here, because they would have been able to say no every year, almost every year until now.
Yeah, so what happened was a couple of years ago, this past April, maybe owners' meetings, right around there, they changed the rules. In fact, it might have been right around even before that. The rules used to be that if you were in the playoffs any of the last 2 years, you could not be on. You were ineligible. If you had a first-year head coach, you're ineligible. I think that still might be the case, actually.
Okay. So the Bills would have been ineligible every time because they either had the first-year head coach or they had made the playoffs in the last 2 years.
They took away the playoff requirement, basically, and said, well, we don't really want teams with new head coaches. That's too disruptive to what they're trying to do with a new program. But guess what? You've been in the playoffs. All these same teams are making the playoffs, maybe the team that we might want on Hard Knocks. So, plus we have lots of teams that don't want to do it. That's part of this, Jeremy. When I was at the owners' meetings, and even going back to the Combine, actually, I can remember a conversation at the Combine with someone in the NFL who said, yeah, they might be having a hard time finding a team this year.
We'll give you the stat of the day. It's on the Pacers. Stat of the day powered by Empire Electric, your residential neighborhood electrician. Visit empireelectricians.com. Teams that were down 14 or more in the final 250 of regulation.
Okay. 14 or more.
Yeah, in the last 27 years.
In a certain round?
Regulation.
Okay. Doesn't matter playoffs, I'm saying? Just
playoffs, sorry. Regulation of the playoffs, down 14 or more.
Right, so just any playoff game, I'm saying. Doesn't matter first round, second round, third round, finals. Okay,
Yep.
okay.
250, you're down 14.
Okay.
Then it happened 970 times in the last 27 years. Teams in that spot were 0 and 970.
Wow.
There's something about this era of stats and information that when your team has an epic collapse, you feel horrible enough, and then you were just nonstop beaten down with, oh, wow, you're the first team in 970 teams to do that. Incredible. The Pacers. The best part of that highlight for me, Sal, you're old enough to remember Reggie Miller doing that to the Knicks at the Garden. Iconic moments.
Yes.
Reggie Miller laughing when Halliburton hits that call is, to me, revealing. It's very much, man, he loves that happened. He loves that happened.
When I watched the highlights this morning, that's one of the first things I noticed rewatching it was listening to Reggie Miller laugh, and then I noticed the choke sign that Halliburton gave and said, oh my God. And did he look at Reggie? Did he look at Spike? He looked at someone.
Maybe.
Reggie looked at Spike when he did it.
I think earlier in the game I saw Halliburton hit a big shot and then point to Reggie. It's almost like Reggie Miller is, he can't say he's on the team, but he's kind of on the team.
Uh-huh.
The Buffalo Bills will be featured on Hard Knocks for the first time ever this offseason. This season's edition of Hard Knocks will feature the Bills during their training camp. It's set to premiere on August 5th. Some sad news in the NFL yesterday out of Indianapolis. The Colts announced the passing of owner and CEO Jim Ersay at the age of 65. Ersay had been the owner of the Colts since 1997. Under his ownership, the team appeared in 2 Super Bowls, winning Super Bowl 41 in 2006. After some extensive discussions yesterday at NFL owners' meetings, the owners voted to not ban the Tush push. The ban failed to pass by just 2 votes, meaning that the play will remain in the game for at least the 2025 season. Last night in the NHL playoffs, the Dallas Stars come back and win over the Edmonton Oilers 6-3 in Game 1 of the Western Conference Finals. Game 2 tomorrow night in Dallas at 8 o'clock. Tonight in the NHL, Game 2 of the Eastern Conference Finals between Florida Panthers and Carolina Hurricanes. The Panthers lead that series 1-0. Puck drop tonight, 8 o'clock. Over in the NBA, the Pacers make an unprecedented comeback last night. Just under 3 minutes remaining, they rattle off 20 points and tie the game at 125, forcing overtime. Pacers win out in overtime as well, 138-135 over the Knicks in Game 1. Tonight, Game 2 of the Western Conference Finals between the Timberwolves and Thunder. That tips off at 8:30. And last night in the AHL playoffs, the Amherst lost to the Laval Rocket 4-1. Game 4 is a must-win for the Americans on Friday to keep their Calder Cup hopes alive. Puck drop is at 7 o'clock in Laval. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Hard Knocks for the Bills on HBO Max. It's Hard Knocks. So, question for you, Sal, before I get to this question about Roger Goodell. Is it possible that James Cook's camp changes any sort of their approach based on the Bills being on Hard Knocks? There's a bigger spotlight now, right? Everything that happens inside, outside, whether it's Cook speaking on the issue, if it's Cook not showing up, anything like that. Do you think it's possible that Hard Knocks could change the Cook camp strategy?
I think it's possible, and I think it would be for better or worse, depending on how you're looking at it.
Yeah.
It could be...
Not to say it would work.
Correct.
But...
if you're looking at it from a Bills standpoint, a Bills fan, and thinking, we want James Cook here, we want him happy, it could change from okay, the Bills are saying, hey, buddy, get to camp, show the league what you can do, and if not, people are going to be talking about, hey, here's this guy holding out. Okay, that's right. I can do that. I can get there. It could also be the other way. It could be James Cook saying, guess what? Now you're going to see, the world's going to see, the league is going to see how much I mean to this team, and I'm not going to be there. Like, I think it could go either way, actually.
Yeah.
So I guess at the end of the day, it probably won't matter much, but certainly I think there's got to be a discussion. Hey, we're going to be on Hard Knocks, right? Do we want this as a storyline? From the Bills' standpoint, you don't want a distraction. Brandon Beane seems confident that, James Cook will be playing for the Buffalo Bills in 2025, but I think even reading his and listening to his quotes and things he says, I think he's indicating and confident that James will be at training camp. That will be seen, but what's first got to be seen, will James Cook be even at mandatory minicamp starting June 10th? That's something that you have to be at or you can be fined, but it's obviously not training camp. It's a bit different story. So that's when we'll start to kind of get this percolating.
We'll see. Bills on Hard Knocks. Very exciting. Fun times. So, all right. Following up on yesterday, I see a piece here from Ben Volin of the Boston Globe, friend of the show. We both know Ben. Mm-hmm. And the headline on his piece is about how the league reminded Roger Goodell, in keeping the tush push for 2025, NFL owners remind Goodell he's an employee, not the boss. And whether or not this was a loss for Goodell, I think is debatable. They lost. The ban the tush push side of it lost. They lost 10-22. That's a win in most votes. It takes 75% of owners to change a rule. Why is change happening slowly? Well, because you don't need a 32. You don't need 17 votes. You need 24. 22-10 is a blowout that the league wants it banned and the commissioner wants it banned. And really, it's all in the phrasing of it, Sal. Could I phrase it this way? 10 obstructionist teams opt to keep the tush push. That's what happened. One of them is the Eagles. The Bills voted against it. So 9 other holdouts allow Eagles to keep tush push. 9-22.
Yep.
When it came out yesterday, listen, I'm not surprised. I'm not upset about it. But should Roger Goodell feel like he lost? He got a lot closer. He's been against this issue for a long time. And if they're trying to whip up the votes or whatever they're doing, they got close. And on the playoff thing, that didn't lose either. They pulled that because the conversation was generally, what if instead we just work on it when we get to our 18-game schedule, which who knows how quickly that happens. Maybe by next year we get an 18th game?
I would think in a couple years it could very well be coming.
Next CBA?
Oh, yeah, by the way, you had an idea earlier I want to talk about with how to do the 18th game. The next CBA is not going to be for another 5 years. But I think it's going to happen before then. I think 18th game comes before that.
Do you know what could make it happen? Is that the NFL could pull out of all of its media deals, I guess, by like the end of next year and redo them all. And when they redo them all, it'll be, we're going to add another game. And by the way, the salary cap's going to go up through the roof, and you're totally going to be fine with paying James Cook $15 million because starting running backs are going to start getting 30 because the money goes up and up. But I don't see this as phrasing it as a loss. Oh, I lost. Well, what happened? I lost 10-22.
But I do think there is a part that I understand, which is these things were tabled. These two things, the tush push and the playoff seeding. And the reason things generally get tabled, Jeremy, from the owners' meetings in March to now is, hey, the league really wants it, and it didn't pass, so we're going to make some calls and do some lobbying. We're going to get this thing to pass.
Yep.
And they didn't get it to pass, which I understand someone then thinking, well, that's a loss for the league. But you're right. Like, there's still a great overwhelming majority that still voted the way the league and Roger Goodell wanted it to be voted.
Yeah. He's not some fringe dictator trying to convince 32 teams and it went down 32-0. He's close. And it's also possible, Sal, that the reason it didn't pass, they banned all pushing and pulling. Maybe 2 of the teams that voted for keeping it would have voted for banning it if it was only banning that play and allowing pushing everywhere else. Like it's just like a bill in the House or the Senate.
Sure.
Parts of it were grouped in that made some teams say, well, now I don't want to vote for that. And if you switch it back, maybe 2 teams go this way and 2 teams go that way. So I don't think it was a stunning rebuke of the commissioner myself. Rob in Hamburg. Hey, Rob, good morning.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Good.
Thanks.
Sal, you're vintage age, kind of like I am. So, do you remember the band Cinderella?
I do.
The what?
The band Cinderella.
Yeah.
Okay, they have a song that they should play 4th and 1 anytime there's a break before they go do the play. It's called Push Push.
Okay.
You got to look it up and play it. And the best part about it was if the Bills actually do it, because Cinderella's from the Jersey, Philadelphia area.
Okay. Well, I like the song "Nobody's Fool." Do we have a spot for that to play Cinderella? Nobody's fool. I'm not your fool. Nobody's fool. Nobody's fool.
That would have to be on a coach's challenge if you win.
I love it. Thanks, man.
Hold on, I'm going to pull a deep pull here, maybe, because the only song from Cinderella that I know, was on the Wayne's World soundtrack. Did they sing Ballroom Blitz?
Ooh,
who did Ballroom Blitz?
They might. Let me see.
Somebody. Boy, what's their song from the Wayne's World soundtrack? Listen, we're on the Cinderella. This is right up your alley, and me to some degree.
Uh-huh.
In 2005, Cinderella toured with Firehouse, Rat, and Quiet Riot.
Yes.
They sang Hot and Bothered.
That's on the Wayne's World soundtrack?
Yes.
Okay. That'd be the song.
Listen.
Who sings Ballroom Blitz then?
Did you look it up?
Oh, yeah, Tia Carrera. Okay.
Carrera?
Listen.
I didn't know how to say her last name.
But if I'm ranking them, I'm going Rat, Round and Round over Nobody's Fool by Cinderella. They're both great, but Rat, Round and Round, yeah, that's a song. I love it.
Wayne's World. You two young guys ever seen Wayne's World?
Yes.
No? You have, of course.
Yes.
These two.
Wayne's World.
No.
You should.
Yeah.
I know of it. It's from SNL, right?
It's does it hold up? That's a good question. Probably.
There was a lot of talk yesterday in the afternoon show about the Bears skit on SNL because George went. Was that you guys? That was you on the morning show. I'm sorry. It was you and Nate.
We talked
it was you
about
and
it.
Nate.
Yep.
And I was listening to that. That was really interesting because I couldn't remember how often George Wendt was in it until you brought it up.
Yeah.
That he was actually in it a little bit more often, right?
He was the brother of one of the main guys. Like he
Right.
played Bob Swirsky, and Bill Swirsky's super fans and the Bears.
You also talked a little bit yesterday about the Karen Reed trial, and I texted you.
Yes.
And I said, I have watched that documentary on the Karen Reed trial. It's 4 episodes long.
Yeah, 4 or 5.
Riveting.
Yeah,
I'm like, oh my God. I got my parents to actually watch it when they were over at the house one night. And I think I got like 3.5 episodes, and then they stopped watching, but I don't think they finished it, and I might have to with them because I want to kind of see where they land. I know where I land, but I would tell you that it was really, really interesting. It's terrible what happened, obviously.
Yeah.
It's a trial about a woman who is on trial in the Boston area for killing her cop boyfriend. There was a party. It was a snowstorm. They were drinking. She was behind the wheel. She admits that is the case. She's being accused of backing into him intentionally to kill him, where the defense is arguing that's not what happened. He went into that house. Something happened in the house where there was a fight or something, and they left him to die out on the lawn.
Yeah,
it's incredible.
We did finish it. We have family that lives in the Boston area that lives actually very, very close to this. And last year, my brother-in-law was telling us all about this trial. He's like, "Oh yeah, it's going to be on Netflix. Like you'll see it soon." The town has been taken over by this whole thing, and we did finish it. 803-0550. Quick check-in on the Bears at 9 o'clock. Chris Emma covers the Bears. We're talking Bears and Hard Knocks, what that experience will be like for the Bills, who are going to be featured this year on HBO. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550 to join us on WGR. Paul, the thing about, I know sometimes rumors and insiders and all this, the one thing about Byram and these sort of conversations, it seems to be a pretty consistent message throughout. And I've seen some reporting again that it's about the role that he wants, and he views himself as a kind of a top guy. And here, there's a tough road to be a top guy. So to me, it kind of all lines up. Do they want to pay him? Does he want a different kind of circumstance? Do you buy all this, that they would be shopping him, that they would be considering a move to move things around on the hockey team with Byram being the target to go out?
Well, Kevin Adams also, if a player says he doesn't want to be here, he's not going to be here. And, one thing Elliott said, which is true, I mean, they were talking, well, he cleaned out his house. Well, you can clean out your house all you want. You're stuck here for 2 more years if that's what the Sabres want. Now, Adams has been very consistent with this, that he does not want anybody here who does not want to be here. And if he went in there and told him that he doesn't want to be here, and that would be the reason, that he wants a bigger role, a role he knows he's not going to get when Darlene is here, and you can add Power to that list also. I mean, most nights he was better than Power, but more towards the end of the year he wasn't. So he had an up and down year, and basically when he was with Rasmus Dahlin, he played very, very well. When he wasn't, it was average at best. And now you can re-sign him and pair him with Rasmus Dahlin, and it works very, very well for you, but you're kind of pigeonholed then. I mean, it's like, well, what happens when you don't want him with Rasmus Dahlin, or you want somebody else with him, or you don't want Rasmus Dahlin playing the right side, or you don't want him playing the right side. It works well when they're together. One of them plays the right side, usually Dahlin, and they don't have a problem with it. They play very well. So
hey, Hard Knocks, I'm excited. I think it is. I mean, for fans, it is tremendous news.
Yeah.
It makes this the best training camp ever. We're going to get more inside stuff, more player personality, even if teams are able to a degree, control what gets out there.
Yeah.
You still get more player access than you ever would get normally. You get to see these guys around each other, and I think Bills fans are going to eat it up.
Where do you want to start with this? Because there's a lot of layers to this, right?
Yeah.
With Hard Knocks, there's a lot of layers with how this happened, maybe what it's going to be like, what the Bills will kind of want, not want, what the NFL will want, not want, what the storylines will be.
Okay.
All that. Where do you want to start?
How about how it happened? Because I was listening to you explain on the afternoon show how they changed the rules, and that is ultimately how the Bills land here, because they would have been able to say no every year, almost every year until now.
Yeah, so what happened was a couple of years ago, this past April, maybe owners' meetings, right around there, they changed the rules. In fact, it might have been right around even before that. The rules used to be that if you were in the playoffs any of the last 2 years, you could not be on. You were ineligible. If you had a first-year head coach, you're ineligible. I think that still might be the case, actually.
Okay. So the Bills would have been ineligible every time because they either had the first-year head coach or they had made the playoffs in the last 2 years.
They took away the playoff requirement, basically, and said, well, we don't really want teams with new head coaches. That's too disruptive to what they're trying to do with a new program. But guess what? You've been in the playoffs. All these same teams are making the playoffs, maybe the team that we might want on Hard Knocks. So, plus we have lots of teams that don't want to do it. That's part of this, Jeremy. When I was at the owners' meetings, and even going back to the Combine, actually, I can remember a conversation at the Combine with someone in the NFL who said, yeah, they might be having a hard time finding a team this year.
So this is Hot and Bothered by Cinderella? All right. Not one of the ones I remember from the Wayne's World soundtrack. Hey, we're going to be doing the ride for Roswell. You can join us. That's right. Join the team. Join us in the fight against cancer by riding with Bulldog and WGR's Ride for Roswell team. Saturday, June 28th. Once you join our team, you'll receive an email to pick up your team T-shirt and water bottle at Tom's Pro Bikes on Walden Ave in Lancaster. Not a rider? You can still support the cause by donating to our team and helping us reach our goal of $10,000 before the ride. Visit WGR550.com for details. Jeremy and Joe. Joe's on vacation. He has tweeted a picture from somewhere very warm, very sunny, very beachy, and that is a personal attack against every one of us to have done that to us today. Sal's in for Joe on this Thursday morning. The Bills are on Hard Knocks. Deion Dawkins has created the Protector of the Year award.
And the Yankees have passed the Mets in winning percentage.
Ooh. Should we call Howard? Let's call him right now. Call him live right now.
After that Yankees 2 out of 3 against the Mets, it started to go the other way. The Yankees were like 4 games behind them, maybe. Something like that, 3-4.
Yeah.
And now there's talk about Soto. Oh, man. He's getting a little bit.
I saw.
Yeah, I mean, not hustling out.
The New York Post headline was Juan Slow-Mo.
Oh, my.
Because he's not running out of the box?
Juicy, baby.
Here's a question for you, Sal. You'll probably be well equipped to answer this. You're a big Yankee fan.
Yep.
Your son plays baseball. My son just started playing T-ball, and he's on the Yankees, which means there's Yankee gear in my house.
Yes.
And I have to go to games and say, let's go Yankees?
Yeah, I think you do. And this is how fandoms begin, when you are on a team at a young age.
You trying to tell me he's going to be a Yankee fan?
He might be.
I didn't sign up for this.
Oh, ask some 35-year-old man or woman and say, hey, why are you a fan of that team? And they might say, that was the first Little League team I played on. So I had the gear and the jersey, and I fell in love with them.
Sometimes that takes. I remember my first team, I was on the Orioles. That was when I was a kid.
Same thing with Max.
We were the Orioles.
T-ball Orioles. Mine was the Reds.
Okay.
So
sometimes it sticks. Especially
the way they do it at Shoshone is where I know you play, we play.
Yeah.
Your son's age is what?
4.
Okay.
As
When
early
it's
as
the
you can
T-ball,
go. Yeah.
they do American League teams. When you go to the next, it's all National League teams. When you go to the next level, it's all American League. We went from Orioles and then Marlins. Well, we had a year off because of the pandemic. Angels, Marlins, A's, now Braves. So it's been American League, National League, American League, National League. That's how you do it.
All right. Well, there's a lot of Yankee talk in my house. We're going to be getting hats and shirts, and it's tough. I don't really hate the Yankees anymore. And I've been to Yankee Stadium twice. The new one once, the old one once. Had a great time. Would go again. 10-10 would recommend. No, but I've been to the new Yankee Stadium twice. Saw CeCe pitch once. He was there at the Knicks game last night. CeCe Sabathia. Saw him there.
Oh, that.
Yep.
I saw him pitch in Tampa, and he had a no-hitter going through 7 one time. I'm like, oh, my God, could I see this? That didn't wind up happening. Maybe through 6, but it was getting late.
Yeah.
It was getting late.
Also of note, this weekend, the marathon is this week.
Oh, yeah.
It's,
and I think the weather should at least get better. It's not going to – it's still raining. Every day it's raining now.
Yeah.
I've been looking at the longer range forecast. Going to have rain this weekend. It's going to be cool. Going to start to warm up. Going to start to get drier. And then by the beginning of June, mid-70s. Let's go.
Okay.
We're ready.
Good. Let's get it warm around here. To everyone running the marathon, good luck. Go. I admire you. It's one thing I know that I'll never do, run a marathon. Half, I've toyed with the idea, but no. I've done other things.
Me too.
Other athletic things.
Even a half, right? Even half is. No, I'm not.
Maybe someday I could consider that, but a full, I just never will do it.
5Ks are fine.
5Ks,
Right?
8Ks. I did an Olympic triathlon.
Oh, I did the Tough Mudder.
There you go.
That was tough.
Yeah.
No pun intended. I would tell you part of it, though, was even going through the Tough Mudder, and maybe you've experienced this with other things. My wife has run, I think, 3 full marathons, maybe 4. The training was what really, I'm like, I'm not doing that. I'm not getting up for 60 straight days to go run a bunch of miles. It's not happening.
Well, my thought was always, in some of the training packages you have your really, really long run the week before is 24 miles or something. I think, why wouldn't I just finish it right there?
I know.
I'll just be done. I did it. Anyway, if you tell anyone out there no snark. Good luck, be safe, have fun, and congratulations in advance. All right, some Bears chatter when we return to learn a little bit about the Hard Knocks side of things. Chris Emmer, reporter that covers the Bears, is going to join us here on WGR at the top of the hour. One thing I'm kind of surprised about is, the Bills are no doubt interesting to me. But if you're HBO or Max or HBO Max or whatever it's called right now, I think they went back to HBO Max. You are trying to give an NFL product and get subscriptions. And I guess I'm surprised that you'd go to Buffalo because just the sheer number of how many people might subscribe for 2 months to get this product, to see this, and then, hey, we've got them hooked because we offer this and this and this. Wouldn't you think you'd go to some massive market that simply has 10 times the people that might sign up? But then again, that's probably a testament to they know how, I don't know, rabid the Bills fan base is and how, we give them a little nugget, they're just going to be all over it. So
I'm just thinking out loud here because I don't know this. I have to do some, I don't know all of these different streaming platforms and who's affiliated. HBO Max and Disney and Marvel?
Maybe.
And Haley Steinfeld?
Okay. Are they?
If I think it might be. It says here Disney, including Marvel. The bundle includes Disney Plus content, including Marvel movies and shows, as well as Hulu and Max.
Okay. Well,
now, so you get where I'm going with this,
is that
right?
a part of it? Yeah.
If you're Max and you have Haley Steinfeld marrying Josh Allen, and this actress is going to be in these movies who are on some of your streaming platforms, that's a pretty good way to cross-promote and get people to subscribe.
Yeah, that's right.
Right?
And, I mean, you could probably just sell Josh Allen as an actual Marvel hero.
You could do that. Josh, it was announced he was having that production company that he's starting.
Mm-hmm.
He's also the league MVP. I mean, he is marrying a Hollywood star. To me, that is a story in itself this offseason. The maturity and growth of Josh Allen, where he came from to where he is. That story is a great story. You add on, put part of it with who he's marrying, and he just turned 29. What, yesterday? Was it yesterday? Was his birthday? I think it was.
Yep. Because do you know how many things in the country would be viewed as overwhelming slam dunk wins if it got 68% of the vote? Yeah. A 75% threshold is tough. It was a loss for Goodell, but most of the league wants it gone. That's a big majority.
Yeah.
It is a very big majority. 2/3 is what the Senate needs to override a veto of the president. Like, that's not a small number. 2/3 is often a tough threshold to get to. They got to 2/3. They didn't get to 3/4. They are 2 owners away. So while one of the stories is, yes, the Tush push survives, let's just say if I owned the rights to the Tush push, I might be nervous that it went from 16-16 to 2 months later, 22-10. That thing is teetering on the edge of, okay, maybe next year it will be gone. Because 22-10, I just found it really funny. Eagles win 10-22. They almost got blown out, but it was just a threshold that wasn't met. And sometimes that can come down to language. Who knows? We have the list of teams that voted no, and there's some interesting names in there. But I found it interesting. The whole thing was framed as a rebuke of Goodell when I think he was darn close to getting it done.
Good morning. The Buffalo Bills will be featured on Hard Knocks this offseason for the first time ever. This season's edition of Hard Knocks will focus around the Bills team during their training camp. That will be set to premiere on August 5th. Over on some other news in the NFL, in Indianapolis, sad news from the Colts yesterday. They announced the passing of owner and CEO Jim Ersay at the age of 65. Ersay had been the owner of the Colts since 1997, and under his ownership, the team appeared in 2 Super Bowls, winning Super Bowl 41 in 2006. After some extensive discussion and debating yesterday at NFL owners' meetings, the owners voted to not ban the Tush Push. The ban failed to pass by just 2 votes, meaning that the play will remain in the game for at least the 2025 season. In the NHL playoffs last night, the Dallas Stars were down 3-1 going into the third period, but scored 3 power play goals in the first 6 minutes of the third, taking the lead over the Edmonton Oilers 4-3, and they did not look back from there. Stars added 2 more goals before the end of the game, winning the game 6-3, taking a 1-0 series lead. Game 2 is tomorrow in Dallas at 8 o'clock. Tonight in the NHL, Game 2 of the Eastern Conference Finals between the Florida Panthers and Carolina Hurricanes. Panthers lead that series 1-0. Game 2 is set for puck drop at 8 o'clock. Over in the NBA, an even bigger comeback happened for the Indiana Pacers last night. The Pacers were down 119-105 with just under 3 minutes remaining, rattling off 20 points in the remaining time to tie the game 125-125, forcing overtime. Overtime was back and forth, but the Pacers came out on top, beating the New York Knicks 138-135, taking Game 1 of the Eastern Conference Finals. Tonight in the NBA, Game 2 of the Western Conference Finals between the Timberwolves and the Thunder tips off at 8:30. The Thunder can now add the title of MVP to their starting 5 as Shai Gilgeous-Alexander was named the NBA MVP last night. And in the AHL playoffs last night, the Rochester Americans fell to the Laval Rocket 4-1. Rochester's only goal scored by Lucas Rusek. Game 4 is a must-win for the Amerks to keep their Calder Cup hopes alive. Puck drop on Friday is at 7 o'clock in Laval. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Josh Schmidt for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Get used to the Hard Knocks theme. It'll be back in August, and it'll be on the Bills at St. John Fisher. Jeremy and Joe. Joe's out on vacation this week. Sal is in. And joining us on the Wester Hotline to talk a little bit about the team he covers, but also what it's like to be covered by Hard Knocks, Chris Emma, reporter for 670 The Score, covering the Bears and Chicago's teams. Chris, good morning. It's Jeremy and Sal. Thanks for taking some time today.
What's up? How we doing?
We're all right. What can we expect for Hard Knocks? Is it more work for the media to get out of the way of new cameras? I mean, what can Bills fans expect to get when Hard Knocks descends upon a team?
You know, it's funny. The Bears resisted Hard Knocks for years and years and did everything they could to avoid that fate, and they seemed kind of terrified of having it. And it was actually not bad for anybody. Like, you're going to notice the cameras when they're out there. You're going to notice a crew, but they're not really overtaking the media room per se, any part of the facility. They've got their own headquarters. They've got their own little camp, and they're very friendly. They're very accommodating. They're always making sure they're not in your way because they want to be very respectful of space. But it is a great presentation. I was pleasantly surprised at how smoothly it went and how much I enjoyed it. And to be quite frank with you, too, like, the Bears took away from a lot of the Hard Knocks, and I'm sure you know, but the teams have a final editing cut on this. The Bears scrubbed a lot of it, and one of their rules, which kind of got people laughing, was that the McCaskey ownership group does not like swearing. They don't want any swearing involved in their own presentation. They just cut out every single curse word out of Hard Knocks for, the 5 or 6 different episodes. So the Bears' editing view of it was pretty clear throughout, but I still enjoyed the product overall.
When it comes to this kind of news, I think the knee-jerk reaction is to say, like, oh, it's a distraction. Do you feel like that HBO is looking to create controversy stories, just cover what's going on? Are they looking for human interest stories when they did this with Chicago?
No, I don't think so. They did look for the human interest stuff. I remember a part of DJ Moore's off day where he's going to like an ice cream Hall of Fame or something like that in downtown Chicago, and they build up a lot of these storylines. You can have fun looking at the 90-man roster going into training camp and figuring out who's going to be kind of the darlings of Hard Knocks and who's going to get those human interest storylines. There's a couple. Adrian Colbert was one of them with the Bears. Ian Wheeler was a undrafted free agent running back. They're going to find that their storylines, but look, they don't really look to create controversy. And frankly, the fact that this is run through the NFL and through these teams makes it almost kind of a in-house PR type operation where there is complete control, and they're going to try to avoid controversy at all costs. So I think Bills fans will come away really happy with how it looks.
Chris Emma joining us on the Bears and Hard Knocks. Would this be a better year to cover the Bears for Hard Knocks, given all the changes that they're going through?
Josh, last year seemed like it was a year where there was so much excitement. I remember how many different times throughout the last season thinking, man, remember Hard Knocks? Like, felt like ages ago with the way that season went, losing 10 straight games, coach was fired in early November, all the changes that they had throughout. Like, Hard Knocks felt like a distant memory, and there were so many good little moments of that series where you're thinking, this could be a fun team. My lasting memory was this closing bit. It was the last scene of the last episode. They played this song. I can remember the actually. I think it's Back to Chicago. It's you know the song. Forgive me for not having it, but it was a cool little scene. I'm like, man, this is fun. They're really setting the scene for an exciting year, and it was just such a complete train wreck. So, this would probably be the more fun year, but we thought the same a year ago too.
Chris Emma joining us here. He covers the Bears in Chicago. All right, so what about you? Did you make any cameos last year? Like, how did that go for you? Did you avoid it? Did you want to be on it? How did that all go for you?
I did. I made, I think, 2 or 3 cameos, and all my friends were locked in on it, apparently, because I'd get the text before I would even watch the episode, and I'd be kind of waiting for it. So, Sal, I think you're going to be a star of Hard Knocks, my friend. I've known your work enough. I've known you well enough. I think they're going to come to you. I think you're going to be that guy in this series.
I don't know about that. It'll be interesting. We just talked about the Bills are the subject of the Hallmark movie this year. Last year it was the Chiefs. This year it's the Bills. And yesterday I went to a scene where I was actually in and have a speaking role with that. But the Bills, this is just part of being highlighted around the league. I'm interested from standpoint of someone in another market, how this is being received. It's the Bills on Hard Knocks. Do the Bills resonate for a team that people around the league, other media members, kind of want to get a peek into the Buffalo Bills, MVP Josh Allen, and what's been happening here over the last several years?
You know, I think the Bills resonate with all of America. I really do. I find myself every playoff run rooting for the Bills and having that being my sentimental favorite team, and really hope they can finally break through. I think that's certainly a popular opinion. And I think the Bills will resonate with anybody. Everybody wants to see them finally break through and have their moment. And the story's been told over and over again, and it's been frustrating, especially the last few years. But man, there's so much to love about this team. There's so much to root for. So I'd watch that. I'd absolutely digest that.
Chris Emma joining us on the Western Hotline. All right, so the Bears and Ben Johnson. You know, as someone that watches the league, I'd be very excited about Ben Johnson as the coach. He comes in as a first-year head coach, Chris, and from afar, you tell me if you have the same read. I think he comes in with some swagger. I mean, this is a guy that believes in himself. He's not afraid to get a little snarky about the tush push, saying that I don't see it as an explosive play. And he's also maybe the only person I've ever heard say that passing EPA is more important than turnovers. Like this is a smart, hot candidate. How's it going over in Chicago?
It's been really impressive. It's been such a refreshing change for the Bears to have somebody like Ben Johnson in charge. And usually a lot of the guys who are tough coaches are not the brightest bulbs, and a lot of the guys who are the really smart coaches are soft on their players. Ben Johnson is tough on these guys, and he is really dang smart, and that's come across all throughout. And the Bears are getting a dose of it now. Yesterday was their second practice of OTAs. There was a moment at the end of practice where Cole Kmet was getting chewed out for not getting lined up properly. This is a guy who's been a captain, one of the most respected, beloved players in that locker room, and I kind of looked at him like, man, who's yelling at Cole Kmet? It was Ben Johnson. Like, he was letting him have it. There was a stare down at the end of it, and it was because he didn't get lined up right for something at the end of a team drill. I'm like, all right, okay, this is how we're going to do it here. Like, man, these guys are getting a sense of what Ben Johnson's like. And he was kind of asked about it later, about his demeanor on the field. He's like, I'm trying to work on that. Like, he's a guy who is going to get on people. You're going to hear him at training camp. And not to mention guys like Eric Bieniemy and Antoine Randall and Al Harris, some of these guys who are really going to be getting after players. They need this. Like, this Bears team desperately needs it because Matt Eberflus and his staff just didn't do it for this group. He completely lost that locker room. Players are tuning out their coaches throughout the year, and that's how you lose 10 games in a row. That's not an accident by any means. Ben Johnson's going to bring a really important change for this group, and he's going to be a terrific guy in terms of that scheme. He's going to bring an offense that fits for Caleb Williams. You better believe he's going to be in that film room with him, helping him through it as well. So, there's a lot to like about what Ben Johnson's bringing to the table.
What's been the fallout of the Seth Wickersham piece on Caleb Williams and the reaction to it in Chicago?
I mean, look, I got asked last week, do you think it's a story or a non-story? It's neither to me. It's context and confirmation. And we kind of knew throughout that Caleb Williams was not being coached well. I had argued from the start of year 3 when they retained Matt Eberflus that it was a tough decision because you're bringing a young quarterback with a lame duck defensive-minded head coach, and an OC was probably going to be one and done in some form if everything goes well or poorly. It did not make sense. They let this kid down terribly. I don't think anybody was really surprised by this. I don't think anybody could shake their head at him for doubting the Bears. I would have done the same thing. I think anybody in that situation would understand where Caleb Williams was coming from in that position. The follow-up questions are more about moving forward and looking back a little bit, too, in terms of, did you want this out there in a book? Did you want your dad commenting? Did you want all this dirty laundry out there? And then what did you feel you took away from last year that you can move forward with? Like, how badly did this team really let him down? And I wanted to ask those questions. Caleb Williams was not available to the media yesterday, which is a little disappointing, frankly, but I guess we're going to hear from him in a couple weeks. And the story's going to linger. The story's going to be out there a bit because that's just the nature of the beast right now, and it's May. There's no football to be played.
Chris, it sounds to me we have a little bit of an experience with this. I mean, the Sabres have been bad for a long time. You get to a point, is it basically with the Bears that people read that and say, like, well, he's right. They don't deserve the benefit of the doubt. It's been such a rough go that why wouldn't a player feel like that?
Exactly. You're exactly right. And look, the catchy line in that was, this is where quarterbacks go to die, and it's completely true.
Yeah, right.
I'd even argue that the flaw in that line is that they brought in bad quarterbacks who are probably going to be dead already. Like, it's not that Chicago's killed them as much as just these guys don't really stand much of a chance coming in. Now, it's how do you perceive that if you're Caleb Williams? And the thought initially was, I don't want to be here. I want to look elsewhere. I want to go to the Vikings. He came in there, and to the credit of Ryan Poles now, and granted, he's responsible for a lot of these issues that were outstanding for Caleb. Ryan Poles made Caleb Williams feel completely comfortable about coming into that building and being that guy in Chicago. And that's where Caleb Williams in that line came back and said, I can do this here. And Caleb's had the right head on his shoulders the whole time where he's talked about, I want to rewrite history. Like, he's not fazed by the past. He's embracing it, and he's known that he can be that guy. The parallel in Chicago, obviously, is the Cubs, and manager after manager came into Chicago and wouldn't talk about the drought and the poor history of this franchise. And Joe Madden came in and said, let's embrace this. Let's really take this head on. And they were able to undo that and win a World Series. So Caleb Williams seems to have what it takes to overcome this all and to be that guy for the Bears.
Ryan Poles, GM of the Bears, from Canandaigua. We have listeners, people I know that say, oh, yeah, I went to school with Ryan. I know Ryan a little bit. How hot is his seat if they don't take that next step after now swinging on a head coach and getting another opportunity there?
Man, that's a really good question because I don't have a great answer for you right now. He executed the coaching search. He brought in the top guy in the market, and he gets the tip of the cap for that. He's also on an expiring contract, and there's been talk about, do they give him a contract extension? They've not announced anything publicly. We've not heard anything privately. For all we know right now, he still is entering the last year of his contract. I believe they're going to get a contract extension done. He still has the patience and the trust of management where I think they still see him as a multi-year guy who's going to see this thing through. I think the Bears are still very bullish on Ryan Poles. There we go. The former general manager, despite the fact that it's not gone well for Ryan Poles to this point. But look, I think they still feel that he's going to get the job done for them, and I think they're eager to see it through with him.
Before we let you go, I know that you follow Blackhawks and hockey, and the other day I had a conversation with somebody. We've been going through the should the Sabres pursue Mitch Marner conversation here. And I will tell you, Chris, someone said to me the other day, I could see him going to a team like Chicago and wanting to play with a great center. What do you think about that idea?
I mean, the Blackhawks have to go be one of those top spenders, top teams on the market, and Mitch Marner's that guy. Like, yes, it makes so much sense, and you can poke holes in it and say, man, he really struggled in the playoffs. It wasn't good enough, and this and that. The Blackhawks need that, and they're desperate to get that kind of talent in Chicago because Connor Bedard looks like he's going to be a star still, and you've got a really good young core in place, but you need those guys to really take off. Dating back to the Blackhawks dynasty-like run over a decade ago now, Marian Hossa was the guy who took Patrick Kane and Jonathan Toews over the top. And Marian Hossa is a Hall of Famer. I don't think Mitch Marner's anything like that yet. But, man, you put those pieces together and you feel really good about your chances of being that kind of contender, that kind of championship-level team. So whether it's Marner or somebody else, they have to have a really strong offseason, starting with this head coaching hire, by the way. They still haven't made that hire yet. But this has to be a pivotal offseason for the Blackhawks in which they take that step toward being a contender and getting closer to being a championship-caliber team.
Chris Emma on the Bears. Chris, thanks so much for the time, and we'll be watching. I mean, you say you're rooting for the Bills as a sentimental team. I've been ready for the Bears to be interesting.
And you'll be on Hard Knocks again because a part of training camp will be going to Chicago for a preseason game, like
good.
last year coming here when the Bears were on Hard Knocks.
Yeah, it sounds like there's a possibility of the Bills coming in for joint practices, too. We'll see if that is put on the schedule, but I've been hearing the Bills and the Dolphins in the Bears' case, 2 different joint practices. But, yeah, I think Hard Knocks might be back at Hallis Hall, so it'll be exciting to watch.
Very good. Thanks, Chris.
Take care.
Chris Emma of 670 The Score in Chicago on the Bears. Ben Johnson. I mean, he's exciting to me. If I were a Bears fan, I'd be really, really high on him. I wonder if Caleb Williams can do it. He's got a lot to live up to, but the Bears should be interesting. The division is stacked, right? The Bears are the worst team, and now the worst team has Ben Johnson. Like, it's pretty impressive. Number 1 overall pick, tons of weapons. I like it.
So there you go. How about that? Chris Emma saying he's hearing it's possible.
Joint practices. I
have heard rumblings of the same. I've heard maybe Giants. I heard maybe Bears, but it could happen.
Okay.
And now we're hearing could be Bears in Chicago. Yeah, because if you do it in Buffalo, it has to be a Fisher. Maybe it could be here, but with the construction, I don't know if you'd want to do that. But it could be in the stadium. But there you go. So Chris Emma right there. What do you think about that? Marner, that was a conversation I had with somebody, a lifelong Leafs fan who actually works in sports but not in hockey, who said to me, I could see him going somewhere like Chicago to play with Bedard.
Earlier this week, I saw the betting odds for Marner's next team, and the number 1 favorite was Chicago at 3-1. Marner was the Blackhawks were the favorite as his next team. So I could see it. We did have someone write in about Hard Knocks. I'm excited to see Mitch Marner on Hard Knocks when he's watching his new best friend Josh Allen because he's going to sign with the Sabres because he likes the Bills. Would Mitch Marner come to camp? Maybe not. 803-0550, 1-888-552-550. Passing of Jim Ersay. Shocker there. First off, I didn't realize he was only 65, Ersay. The Colts owner, Jim Ersay, has passed away. A surprise to everybody. He was at owners' meetings and voting and such, just passed away. That team's been in that family for a long time. Bob Ersay was the owner before Jim. And, Sally, you could speak to this, right? The NFL, you have to have a succession plan as an owner. Right? It's not just like, what happens now? There would be some sort of succession plan in place to talk about with the Colts because, an owner dies. That is a big piece of news in the NFL, what happens from here. But seeing tributes from Peyton Manning and T.Y. Hilton and Tony Dungy, from the outside, I feel like Ersay had a little bit of a reputation as a wild card. Could I say that? He was a wild card. He would say weird things.
Yep.
He was a personality. But there are plenty of stories about him being a good, generous person, and he was instrumental in pushing out Dan Snyder. He was one of the first to really go on record and say there's merit to getting Dan Snyder to be removed as an owner, part of his legacy, Jim Irsay's. So, you ever have a chance to meet Ersay?
I'm thinking that we probably talked to him at some of the owners' meetings, one of them, at least when the stadium was kind of being approved and built, because he had gone through that in Indianapolis. So we had tried to speak with owners who went through that process. So I'm guessing he was one of them along the way, but I don't really specifically remember speaking with him directly. And that does happen. Sometimes you do actually talk with an owner, just kind of standing there and you talk with them a little bit, or a GM. I'll tell you, though, I can tell you vividly at the owners' meetings this past year in March, just having a really great, 10-minute conversation with Sean Payton.
Yeah.
And him bringing his wife over. Hey, this is my wife, and introducing. Some of these people are just so... I think they just want to talk to other people sometimes they don't talk to a lot. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And we just talked about football. And it was really cool. And obviously they played here in the playoff game. We talked about that. So a lot of times, you get those one-on-one interactions. I don't remember anything with Ersay specifically, but I think we did probably catch up with him during the owners' meetings a few years ago when the Bill Stadium was approved.
All right. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. On Hard Knocks, on Dawkins, the Tush Push. What else do we have that we didn't get to today, that we didn't mix in today? We got to the Pacers and the Knicks last night.
Oh, we haven't talked, a little bit about the Stars and Oilers a little bit. I know we talked about the goalie situation, but, man, that was a pretty big collapse by the Oilers as well.
Yeah, Edmonton and the Knicks last night looked like they were in firm control and both lost. Yep. I'm probably rooting for Edmonton. Of the 4 teams left, I'm probably rooting for Edmonton. It's not Carolina. Florida would be fine, but I don't really need it. And definitely not Dallas. So I think I'm rooting for Edmonton. McDavid winning now would be good. Win soon. Win soon so we don't have to do the whole thing where he doesn't have any rings. And I also think, McDavid is on the Allen track. Undeniably one of, if not the best, for Allen. Allen's probably the best, and McDavid is undoubtedly the best. The best should win. So I'm on McDavid. Let's get the Oilers over the line. Get Jeff Skinner a cup ring. Would he get a cup ring? You have to be on the roster, or do you have to play? You have to be on the roster.
You can get a cup ring if you're on the team you play. I think you could play one game in the regular season and you get a cup ring still. As far as I know.
Let me see the requirements to get a Stanley Cup ring.
I know there's different levels of rings in terms of detail and sort of intricacy.
Yeah.
Which is always an interesting one.
Requirements to get a Stanley Cup ring. At least 41 regular season games or participate in at least one Stanley Cup final game.
Huh.
So you have to meet one of those 2 criteria. So they can also petition the league for exceptions. So if you play in 30 regular season games and then the playoffs, but not the cup final, you don't get one?
I think the team has the power to be like, all right, we're going to give this guy a ring.
I think that's right.
Because I know some guys that are really obscure that have rings from teams. That
backup goalies are different too. It says backup goaltenders who have dressed for at least one game, even if you didn't play.
Right.
And the team can petition exceptions. Okay, so it's guaranteed if you play 41 regular season games or appear in a cup final, and past that, the league says we'd like to be giving rings to these players as well.
Right. Yeah, so the teams kind of give the list of those guys that don't meet those rules.
The engraving limit, the Stanley Cup has a limit of 52 spaces per team, and teams often give out more rings than there are people allowed on the cup.
Yes,
so there you go.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
I went into the Hall of Fame over the winter and saw all the rings of the cup with all the names.
I went last summer.
Such an incredible.
What was your favorite room in that Hall of Fame?
The vault where they have all the rings.
That's pretty cool, right? Mine might have been the international room. How cool are some of those jerseys?
Very
unbelievable,
cool, yeah.
Jeremy. Have you been there?
Yeah.
Oh, it's incredible.
They do a great job.
It is I think it's the best Hall of Fame.
I agree.
I do too. I can't say I've never been to the Pro Football Hall of Fame. I've been to baseball. I've been to hockey. I've been to.
I haven't been to basketball, so I can't say that for sure.
I've been to the New England Patriots Hall of Fame.
You've been to the Toy Hall of Fame? It's in Rochester, New York.
I have been to the Toy Hall of Fame. Yes.
The Rock and Roll Hall of Fame is pretty good too.
Yes. It's okay. I expected more.
I also expected more, but it's not bad. I agree with you, Sal. I think it's average. It's fine. It could be awesome.
Mm-hmm.
And
I would rank the sports majors that I've been to. I have not been to basketball. I would rank it hockey, football, baseball, actually.
Mm-hmm.
Like, baseball to me is a little small. For the Baseball Hall of Fame, I was expecting also more, but it's cool. It's intimate. There's nothing wrong with that.
There's that awesome at the hockey. Like they have the interactive stuff. I was trying to get my girlfriend to get in the net when we went. I was like, you got to see what I was doing. This will be awesome. She's like, I can't. There's too many people here. I'll be too embarrassed.
Yeah.
It was awesome.
803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550 to join us. Jeremy and Joe. Joe's on vacation somewhere warm. Sal's in today. Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show coming up with Derek and Zach. That's coming up top of the hour. Plenty on the Pacers and Knicks, I would imagine. I'm getting life from the Reggie Miller relationship with that series. I love everything about it. I can't explain why, but I got a video here of Halliburton pointing to Reggie Miller and Miller pointing to him. It's probably the nostalgia. Just like for Reggie Miller to be on the call as the Pacers do that in the Garden to the Knicks again is beautiful. I love everything about it. It's enough to make me almost root for the Pacers, and I don't know. No, I'm no Knicks fan, but I don't hate the Knicks. Whoever comes out of that series, I'll root for. If that matters to anybody. We'll get a break in either way. 803-0550 on WGR. We'll give you the stat of the day. It's on the Pacers. Stat of the day powered by Empire Electric, your residential neighborhood electrician. Visit empireelectricians.com. Teams that were down 14 or more in the final 250 of regulation.
Okay. 14 or more.
Yeah, in the last 27 years.
In a certain round?
Regulation.
Okay. Doesn't matter playoffs, I'm saying just
playoffs, sorry. Regulation of the playoffs, down 14 or more.
Right, so just any playoff game I'm saying, doesn't matter first round, second round, third round, finals. Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
250, you're down 14.
Okay.
Then it happened 970 times in the last 27 years. Teams in that spot were 0 and 970.
Wow.
There's something about this era of stats and information that when your team has an epic collapse, you feel horrible enough, and then you were just nonstop beaten down with, oh, wow, you're the first team in 970 teams to do that. Incredible. The Pacers. The best part of that highlight for me, Sal, you're old enough to remember Reggie Miller doing that to the Knicks at the Garden. Iconic moments.
Yes.
Reggie Miller laughing when Halliburton hits that call is, to me, revealing. It's very much, man, he loves that happened. He loves that happened.
When I watched the highlights this morning, that's one of the first things I noticed rewatching it was listening to Reggie Miller laugh, and then I noticed the choke sign that Halliburton gave and said, oh my God. And did he look at Reggie? Did he look at Spike? He looked at someone.
Maybe.
Reggie looked at Spike when he did it.
I think earlier in the game I saw Halliburton hit a big shot and then point to Reggie. It's almost like Reggie Miller is, he can't say he's on the team, but he's kind of on the team.
Uh-huh.
Hey, Hard Knocks, I'm excited. I think it is. I mean, for fans, it is tremendous news.
Yeah.
It makes this the best training camp ever. We're going to get more inside stuff, more player personality, even if teams are able to a degree, control what gets out there.
Yeah.
You still get more player access than you ever would get normally. You get to see these guys around each other, and I think Bills fans are going to eat it up.
Where do you want to start with this? Because there's a lot of layers to this, right?
Yeah.
With Hard Knocks, there's a lot of layers with how this happened, maybe what it's going to be like, what the Bills will kind of want, not want, what the NFL will want, not want, what the storylines will be.
Okay,
all that. Where do you want to start?
How about how it happened? Because I was listening to you explain on the afternoon show how they changed the rules, and that is ultimately how the Bills land here, because they would have been able to say no almost every year until now.
Yeah, so what happened was a couple years ago, this past April, maybe owners' meetings, right around there, they changed the rules. In fact, it might have been right around even before that. The rules used to be that if you were in the playoffs any of the last 2 years, you could not be on. You were ineligible. If you had a first-year head coach, you're ineligible. I think that still might be the case, actually.
Okay. So the Bills would have been ineligible every time because they either had the first-year head coach or they had made the playoffs in the last 2 years.
They took away the playoff requirement, basically, and said, well, we don't really want teams with new head coaches. That's too disruptive to what they're trying to do with a new program. But guess what? You've been in the playoffs all these same teams are making the playoffs, maybe the team that we might want on Hard Knocks. So, plus we have lots of teams that don't want to do it. That's part of this, Jeremy. When I was at the owners' meetings, and even going back to the Combine, actually, I can remember a conversation at the Combine with someone in the NFL who said, yeah, they might be having a hard time finding a team this year.
Happy birthday to the Sabres. 55 years ago today, the franchise was founded. What do you want to get them?
A defenseman to play with Owen Power.
Mitch Marner.
Mitch Marner. I'd like to give them a lot more saves. Just, saves. Here's some saves.
I'll give them free goalie coaching lessons. That'll be my gift to them.
Did you say Sabes or saves?
I said saves.
Okay, I want to make sure.
I want their goalies to make saves. But Sabes, yes. Happy birthday, Sabes. Did you notice that the Pacers are wearing shirts that say, yes, sirs?
I did.
Great
in round
shirts.
1 or round 2, I did notice that.
The sirs. Do they call it? You go into the game like, what are you doing tonight? Heading over to see the sirs. I'm into it.
I mean, it would sound kind of weird.
Let's go, sirs.
But it does work on a T-shirt. Yes, sirs.
Yes, sirs. Ooh, is that a Marv Albert little Easter egg there?
Maybe.
Yes, sirs. He said yes, sir. No, is that Dick Enberg says yes, sir? Who says yes, sir? Oh my is. Come on, the Happy Gilmore guy. Come on, Vern Lundquist. My goodness, I got to go home. It can't take me that long to get to Vern Lundquist, who's the GOAT. Vern is the GOAT. There's a lot of GOATs. But Vern is one of them.
The GOAT of golf.
He's in Happy Gilmore. When's Happy Gilmore 2 come out? It's got to be soon.
Ooh. The alligator from Happy Gilmore.
July 25th.
Passed away recently.
I know, died.
Yeah.
His name was Morris. He was 80. 80! You weren't here. Were you here the day we talked about him? That he had a career,
I don't think so.
He had a career in acting and had to retire after tearing up the set of the 90s sitcom Coach.
I did read that.
You remember Coach?
I do.
Yeah.
I do. That was a good TV series. He was also the coach, the guy in Coach. What was his name?
Dauber?
No.
Luther? Hayden Fox.
Hayden Fox. But Craig T. Nelson, though.
Yeah,
Craig T. Nelson is his name. He was also the head coach in All the Right Moves, which is a fantastic movie with Tom Cruise and Sean Penn, high school football in Pennsylvania and life and all that. And he's the coach there. He just is a coach. It works with him. You guys were talking yesterday about some of these TV series.
Cheers.
And I was driving, and I was really reminiscent about some of those old TV shows as well. And you and I are similar. Like, we've crossed paths on some of these shows. I'm a little older than you, but you remember a lot of these that I do as well. And yeah, I remember the last episode of Cheers.
Yeah.
And I would say it is every generation has a show like this. It was MASH for the generation before me. I didn't watch MASH, but I knew about it. And then it was Cheers, right? It was MASH, then Cheers. What's the next one? Was it Seinfeld? Was it Friends? I think what was the next generation of MASH, then Cheers? Matt Bove and I, by the way, had this same discussion on It's Always Game Day in Buffalo podcast. Check it out on my YouTube page at Sal Sports. But I'm interested in what you think, because you're a little older than Matt.
Yeah, Seinfeld for sure. Friends for sure.
How I Met Your Mother?
Not as much.
It's kind of like it came out in 2005, but I remember watching it the whole way through as a kid.
The younger crowd would say The Big Bang Theory got to this point to a degree.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, it's a good question. I think more about how it went from comedies to the dramas, and it also went to the HBO, The Sopranos, right? Shows that were appointment television. The Sopranos is one I've always meant to rewatch and I've never done the rewatch. I should.
So here are the season finale
all-time ratings.
Yes.
Okay.
Number one still, MASH in 1983. 105 million people.
Yeah.
Okay. Number two is Cheers. Then The Fugitive, not a sitcom. Then Seinfeld. So I think Seinfeld has to be the next generation when we talk about it. Because Cheers was 93, Seinfeld was 98. So I don't know if a generation. Then Friends, 2004. MASH, Cheers, The Fugitive, Seinfeld, Friends, Magnum P.I., The Cosby Show, All in the Family, Family Ties, and rounding out the top 10, Home Improvement, and then Frasier.
Family Ties.
It was great.
Yeah, what a show that was. I don't remember the finale really at all.
I don't know if I remember it. Dallas, of course. Dallas was, and for Dallas, it wasn't even maybe the finale. It was Who Shot JR. That was the episode, right? And everybody, Who Shot JR. Maybe the finale, I know the finale had these viewers, 33 million, but that was the episode.
Yeah.
That's the other part about, certain series have just one episode that you talk a lot about. For Seinfeld, it's the Soup Nazi.
That's
the episode, right?
That's definitely one of them.
It kind of resonates with everyone when they talk about, have you ever seen that one episode?
Yeah.
For Dallas, it's Who Shot JR.
Seinfeld, I want to say the contest is up there, too.
Yes, 100%.
The contest is up there.
Yes, the contest.
And what else? There's so many in Seinfeld.
The sweater is pretty good.
The sweater. The puffy shirt.
Yes.
The Mulva.
Mm-hmm. There's a lot of great Seinfeld episodes.
I got a great, from an episode from Cheers, I got a great joke that we did in my family.
Yeah.
And there was an episode of Cheers where there was a guy, and it was the judge. Remember the judge from Night Court? He was also a character in Cheers.
Yes.
The judge, the skinnier guy.
Is it Harry Anderson?
Yeah, that might have been it. That's right. He was in Cheers a little bit. He just played a character.
Yeah.
And there was an episode I always remember.
Harry Anderson.
There was an episode I always remember. He came into Cheers and he was known for not paying his bill. So he's playing pool in the back, and he says, "Hey, Sam said we need to cover the pool table." Maybe didn't even say that. So they cover it, and then someone yells, "Hey, make sure he covers his bill." So he says, "Oh, tell him it was covered." Well, he's talking about the pool table because he doesn't want to pay the bill. It's covered. So we go out to eat, about a couple months ago, my family, and we were joking with Max. Hey, you haven't. It was actually, I think it was Mother's Day. Actually, it's right around Mother's Day. I said, you should pay for dinner for Mother's Day. It's Mother's Day. He's like, what? He's 11 years old. And I'm like, no. For everything your mom does for you, you should pay for Mother's Day. So my wife Yana, she gets it to go to the bathroom. I give him a piece of paper. I put it over the bill, and you say, when Mom comes back, say, I covered the bill. So he did that, and she's like, what? He said, I covered the bill. And she's like, oh, really? He goes, yeah, look. And it was covered. That's the dad joke. Go do it.
Cheers was, how many different rooms did they have in Cheers? They had the bar, then they had the pool, the office. Was that it? There was a payphone, I think, also.
Have you ever seen the Cheers, in Boston, and they have the arrow, right?
Yep. Speaking of Boston,
yeah,
I'm going to Boston this week. And I was thinking about asking anybody, might go to the Syracuse lacrosse game. Syracuse and Maryland play on Saturday. But we've got a nor'easter coming in. The weather, the rain here is nonstop.
It's crazy. We're supposed to have a baseball tournament this weekend. Lots of people have baseball tournaments this weekend. Memorial Day weekend tournaments going on for a lot of the little leagues, softball, and I just don't know if these are happening, to be quite honest with you.
Mike Shope's theory of it's always nice on Memorial Day, as of right now, according to my phone, it's rain, 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 clouds, one sun icon, and that is Memorial Day, and then rain, rain, rain right after. So we'll see. But, man, it's wet season, spring. Rainy spring. 803-0550 is our phone number if you want to jump in. Sal in for Joe today. Joe is somewhere warm and nice. Warmer weather expected after this rainy spell. So we'll get there.
Yeah.
We'll get there. Training camp is like, whatever. To me, that's when the weather is the nicest around here. The mornings are kind of cool. Gets really nice during the day. So, I mean, hot. Even hot to a degree. But
what if Hard Knocks decided to hit up one of the golf courses where you happen to be playing during training camp, and they put the camera on you? How?
Yeah.
Right. I was on Cover One last night with Greg Tomset and Aaron Quinn, and so I'll give them the credit for asking me this question. So thank you. I'm going to ask it to you. How nervous would you be? Hard Knocks, NFL Films. They're filming you on the tee box during training camp. It's going to be on HBO.
It's a good question. Well, they'd see my new driver. I got a new driver finally. It was a ordeal, but I did it. I mentally prepared myself, got fitted, got my new driver. So I'm ready. I'll be ready with my new driver. And if they film me, sure, be fine. I guess. I mean,
you one shot too. It's like
first off, if the deal is I get to play like Oak Hill or Arundicoy, make that deal.
Yeah, sure.
Some nice courses. Yeah. CCR, I got some great courses.
No doubt.
Yeah, I look forward to the start of training camp because then we can say, like, hey, anybody in Rochester that wants to golf with us?
Yeah.
Our buddy Eddie out there who we played Mill Creek once. Nice course there.
We do. We get asked, and we really appreciate it. It's cool, to get out there because we don't. I mean, it's an hour drive for us to go out there, and I've gone out there anyway to play. But when we're out there and you're covering practice, you're on the air, you're getting up, and people say, "Hey, you want to play a golf course?" It's really nice of people, and listeners have done that over the years, and it's really appreciative.
And if I may evaluate ourselves, we are great guests. We are just the best guests to have.
Yes.
So gracious are we.
No doubt.
So thankful. Yeah. 803-0550 is our phone number. Anyway, we get to Extendo Sports, then off to the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show here on WGR. And then the Tush Push did not get banned, and I found, I don't know if you did this too, Sal, I found the language about the Tush Push not getting banned to be funny. Because do you know how many things in the country would be viewed as overwhelming slam dunk wins if it got 68% of the vote? Yeah. A 75% threshold is tough. It was a loss for Goodell, but most of the league wants it gone. That's
a big majority.
Yeah, it is a very big majority. 2/3 is what the Senate needs to override a veto of the president. Like, that's not a small number. 2/3 is often a tough threshold to get to. They got to 2/3. They didn't get to 3/4. They are 2 owners away. So while one of the stories is, yes, the Tush Push survives, let's just say if I owned the rights to the Tush Push, I might be nervous that it went from 16-16 to 2 months later, 22-10. That thing is teetering on the edge of, okay, maybe next year it will be gone. Because 22-10, I just found it really funny. Eagles win 10-22. They almost got blown out, but it was just the threshold that wasn't met. And sometimes that can come down to language. Who knows? We have the list of teams that voted no, and there's some interesting names in there. But I found it interesting. The whole thing was framed as a rebuke of Goodell when I think he was darn close to getting it done. Paul, the thing about, I know sometimes rumors and insiders and all this, the one thing about Byram and these sort of conversations, it seems to be a pretty consistent message throughout. And I've seen some reporting again that it's about the role that he wants, and he views himself as a kind of a top guy. And here, there's a tough road to be a top guy. So to me, it kind of all lines up. Do they want to pay him? Does he want a different kind of circumstance? Do you buy all this, that they would be shopping him, that they would be considering a move to move things around on the hockey team with Byram being the target to go out?
Well, Kevin Adams also, if a player says he doesn't want to be here, he's not going to be here. And, one thing Elliott said, which is true, they were talking, well, he cleaned out his house. Well, you can clean out your house all you want. You're stuck here for 2 more years if that's what the Sabres want. Now, Adams has been very consistent with this, that he does not want anybody here who does not want to be here. And if he went in there and told him that he doesn't want to be here, and that would be the reason, that he wants a bigger role, a role he knows he's not going to get when Darlene is here. And, you can add Power to that list also. Most nights he was better than Power, but more towards the end of the year he wasn't. So he had an up and down year, and basically when he was with Rasmus Dahlin, he played very, very well. When he wasn't, it was average at best. And now you can re-sign him and pair him with Rasmus Dahlin, and it works very, very well for you, but you're kind of pigeonholed then. It's like, well, what happens when you don't want him with Rasmus Dahlin, or you want somebody else with him, or you don't want Rasmus Dahlin playing the right side, or you don't want him playing the right side. It works well when they're together. One of them plays the right side, usually Dahlin, and they don't have a problem with it. They play very well. So.
Hey, here's an idea for you to grab something for Father's Day, or just for really anybody that needs a golfer in your life that needs a gift. The WGR VIP golf card. The deal is great. Get one before they're gone. There actually are a limited number of these, and we know we're getting closer to being done with them. So here's what you get with that. You get 8 golf experiences, one low price. For $129, unlock a season of golfing adventures, in addition to free box of premium Vero X1 golf balls, $25 at Rick's Direct Golf Warehouse on Transit in Bowmansville, an hour at Golf Dojo, then 18 at Bobolink, 18 at Attica's 10th hole on golf course, 18 at Shamrock Hills, and 18 at Diamond Hawk for $129. Hey, Father's Day, here it is. Here's a gift for you. You golf the whole summer. WGR VIP golf card. Go to getmyperks.com for that. Ashton Jeanty of the Raiders has paid for the number 2. He says it's a family number. All my family members who played sports, they wear number 2. So he called the Raiders kicker. I guess Daniel Carlson was wearing 2. And it's like, time to go to work. I called him. I'm trying to get that number 2. I'm willing to negotiate whatever you're thinking. I gave him what I was thinking first. He came back like, I got to do it. I got to drop that little bag for number 2. In the end, he won't say what he paid. I can't put that out there. You could say you could buy a nice Mercedes GLE, he says. So according to Kelly Blue Book, the price of a Mercedes GLE is anywhere between $63,000 and $95,000. So Ashton Ginty paid the kicker $60,000 to $100,000 for his number. Now, call me crazy. If you were a kicker, Daniel Carlson, is he good enough to feel confident enough to not just say, like, I'm going to give the number 1 draft pick my number? Or are you within your rights to say, no, take $100,000 for that? You're a kicker. Feels to me like maybe that might be a...
I wondered about this too. How did it go down? Like, hey, man, I really like that number.
He called him and said, and he gave him a price and said that Carlson came back with a counteroffer.
That's amazing.
Carlson went 34 of 40 on kicks this year, 85%. 6 of 8 from 40 to 49, 7-11 from 50. You know what? You're hitting that well. You're gonna keep it. On extra points, 23 25. Yeah, I mean, Daniel Carlson, I guess he feels confident. Good for him. $100,000 to wear number 2. It also, whether or not a guy pays for a number, I would say, also factors in what numbers might be available. Let's say you want 2, and you have a firm backup idea, but that one's taken also. Now all of a sudden, the only numbers that are available are bad numbers. Luther Burden said that. See what he's wearing with the Bears? Luther Burden's wearing 87. When asked about it, he said all the good numbers are taken. Now, the Bears have a bunch of retired numbers from guys that have played 100 years ago, so not every Bears number is available. It's just odd, I think, funny, and honest to hear Burden say, I took it because nothing's left. All the good numbers are taken.
Yeah, that's right. Well, that's for training camp. Wait till people get cut. Then he'll have more of a pick of the number he wants. That happens.
Bears retired. The Bears have 13 retired numbers. 14. 3, 5, and 7. Burden might want those. Those might be like the only ones. You know what? He probably wanted 3. He's Luther Burden the third. So 3 might have been a good one. It's a good receiver number, but Bronco Nagurski has that one retired. And the rest of them, I guess, are all taken, spoken for. All right. The Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show is coming up. I'm going to talk about the Bills on Hard Knocks, among other things. We are back tomorrow. It's just me, solo tomorrow. You're off tomorrow. Are you working Extra Point Show?
I am an Extra Point tomorrow, and just so everybody knows, tomorrow I'm an Extra Point Show again. And then next week, morning show all week with Joe.
Okay.
I'll be in with you. I'll be in for you next week. No Memorial Day shows.
Right.
But I'll be here at this time slot next week every day with Sneaky Joe.
Very good. I'm going off to hit a little vacation, a little time away after tomorrow's show. So we'll see what happens today. We get any news.
Enjoy and be safe.
Yeah, I'll do my best. Back tomorrow, though. Thanks for calling, texting, tweeting, listening, all that good stuff. We'll be back 6 a.m. here on WGR.